Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to Virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Got to talk about my friends at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, combining luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and much more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that definitely meets your needs. Schedule that test drive. Do this today and get behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's amazing, isn't it? Donald J. Trump, best president ever, full stop. If you don't agree, you can call 855-839-1210. But seriously, hardest working, let's just put that. We have all the Doge, the latest, your daily dose of Doge, the daily dose of Trump fighting in the courts now, and it's going to make its way through the courts. But everything centers around Pennsylvania and Butler County. So we'll get into that incredible hostage release. This came out of nowhere. We started seeing this yesterday afternoon as people started putting out on X. And now we're going to hear more about another American hostage freed. But I'll just take you here that when we think about this, as far as the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, mismanaging what they claim is mismanagement of tens of billions of dollars over the years, according to all these different Doge reports. It's incredible. And it goes back to the campaign trail. Think about those hurricane victims in the Carolinas and Florida. And remember, Trump was on the campaign trail, and he was talking about this. I'm just bringing you back to the lamestream media, the biased media, where they said, oh, Trump is wrong. Trump is wrong. Well, now we know, don't we? Now we have the facts. Now we have the numbers, but we only know and can confirm the details, the tangible evidence, because Trump is in office and he knew exactly who to put in there. One, Elon Musk. I just think it's incredible. So let's begin with Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly, our engineer, Dan Borowski, our executive producer. I'm going to begin with Trump talking about finding the fraud and abuse and detailing this in the Oval Office. Trump, you see him sitting at the Resolute desk, one of his many news conferences that he held, and then Elon Musk standing with Elon's little 4-year-old son, X, adorable, picking his nose and saying, excuse me, I got to pee. He literally said to the president, that was adorable. But let's begin with Trump talking about this as he details some of the fraud and the abuse that's just incredible.
Sorry, Don, give me 20 seconds here.
Okay, that's all right. And
here.
then he'll go on. Then he'll go on to talk about how we can fix this.
Here you go.
So here's Trump, and then you'll hear Elon Musk.
Paul today said that Doge cuts will ultimately need. Do you agree with that? Is that the plan?
I really don't know. I know this. We're finding tremendous fraud and tremendous abuse. If I need a vote of Congress to find fraud and abuse, it's fine with me. I think we'll get the vote, although there'll be some people that wouldn't vote. And how could a judge want to hold us back from finding all of this fraud and finding all of this incompetence? Why would that happen? Why would even Congress want to do that? Now, Congress, if we do need a vote, I think we'd get a very easy vote because we have a track record now. We've already found billions of dollars of abuse, incompetence, and corruption. A lot of corruption.
Incredible when you hear them talking about it. So first, Trump is giving you the big picture that we are discovering the tangible evidence. This is a probe. This is not just a claim. This is an actual probe, an investigation, an audit, which every company in the private sector does, right? And we should expect that. But it apparently was not going on for many decades in our government. And they're getting to the bottom of it. This is draining the swamp, and we talk about this every day. So in the next one, and I apologize, there are so many clips that I have. In the next one, I'm apologizing to Dan because I don't have the number of the clip. This is the one where Elon Musk, and I know we aired this at 6:46 this morning, but it's worth replaying if you're just joining us. Hi, Dawn Stensland, at Dawn Stensland on X, where he talks about the rule of bureaucrats. These are unelected bureaucrats. And what he's actually answering is, remember when the Democrats talked about a threat to democracy? And what Elon Musk really is saying is that this bureaucratic situation where unelected bureaucrats are basically autonomous and they're not being checked. And so they're running with our money unchecked. This is not intended and it's not constitutional. And so this is the real threat to democracy, basically. It's a slap in the face to every one of us. By the way, this morning I reported to you earlier, we see inflation coming in hot once again, 0.5 percentage point, but it still is running hot. We're dealing with this economy and all of the inflation, which of course is a tax. It's an added tax created by the government. That's what we're having to deal with. And I know that, Trump is, they're working on the budget. They have until March 14th to deal with all of this and keeping tax cuts and hopefully figuring out a way to cool that off. And it all comes down to energy and drill, baby, drill, right? But we've got to do that quickly. But in this one, there's Elon Musk standing there he's all dark, dressed in dark clothing underneath the dark MAGA hat that he has on, his little boy in his little pea coat, adorable. But do you have this, Dan? It's Elon Musk, and he's talking about fixing the loop, but these unelected bureaucrats who are really ruling things and that we need the feedback to government.
Yeah, I think this might be it, Dawn.
Mr. Musk, the White House says that you will identify and excuse yourself from any conflicts of interest that you may have. Does that mean that you are, in effect, policing yourself? What are the checks and balances that are in place to ensure that there is accountability and transparency?
Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, we post our actions to the Doge handle on X and to the Doge website. So all of our actions are maximally transparent. In fact, I don't think I don't know of a case where an organization has been more transparent than the Doge organization. So, and the kind of things we're doing are, I think, very, very simple and basic. They're not, what I mentioned, for example, about Treasury, just making sure that payments that go out, taxpayer money that goes out, is categorized correctly, that the payment is explained, that organizations on the do not pay list, which takes a lot to get there, that actually are not paid, which currently they are paid. These are not individual judgment decisions. These are about simply having sensible checks and balances in the system itself to ensure that taxpayer money is spent well. So it's got nothing to do with, like, say, a contract with some company of mine at all.
But if there is a conflict of interest when it comes to you yourself, for instance, you've received billions of dollars in federal contracts when it comes to the Pentagon, for instance, which the president, I know, has directed you to look into.
Yeah.
Are you policing yourself in that? Is there any sort of accountability check and balance in place that would provide any transparency for the American people?
Well, all of our actions are fully public. So if you see anything, you say, like, wait a second, hey, that seems like maybe that's, there's a conflict there. It's not like people are going to be shy about saying that. They'll say it immediately.
Including you yourself.
Yes. But transparency is what builds trust, not simply somebody asserting trust. So not somebody saying they're trustworthy, but transparency, so you can see everything that's going on. And then you can see, am I doing something that benefits one of my companies or not? It's totally obvious.
And so I love the fact that they're going back and forth and that they don't interrupt him, because he's not giving a politician type answer. He's giving detailed information. And all of this amid, and by the way, there are subcommittees on this. Congress can look into this. In the meantime, and think about the swirl of what's going on, President Trump signing that executive order yesterday requiring federal agencies to work with the newly created U.S. DOJ service. Remember, I talked about that yesterday, to cut the existing workforce, limit future hiring. And this is the most explicit, really the most detailed and explicit statement that we've seen by President Trump, where he does support these cuts to the federal workforce, which needs to be trimmed. So in this one, the executive order gives Musk and DOJ, if you will, they're given the task to find these government inefficiencies. Case in point, and again, we're going back to Butler County, Iron Mountain. I looked this up because I was like, what? I cannot even believe this. If you saw a movie, right? If you saw a movie about a limestone former, mine, literally Iron Mountain in Pennsylvania, and this is where 230 some feet down, we the people, we are paying about 1,700 to 1,000 in total government federal workers to have all the paper, not computerized, all of the systems by which federal workers, all of their information, like your HR department, from the history of the country. And so the reason there's this backlog to people, let's say, first of all, everybody on Social Security, but those federal workers, if you say that you want to retire, it takes forever because they have a backlog. Sometimes it's 26 to 30,000 people, so they can only retire so many people because basically they have to take this mine shaft elevator, this old rickety elevator, down 200 plus feet into this limestone freaking cave here in Pennsylvania. I'm not making it up. And so this is Elon
and then
Musk.
we're told, this is actually, I think, a great anecdote, because we're told the most number of people that could retire possibly in a month is 10,000. We're like, well, why is that? Well, because all the retirement paperwork is manual on paper. It's manually calculated, then written down on a piece of paper. Then it goes down a mine. And like, what do you mean a mine? Like, yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork. And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. So it looks like it's like a time warp. And then the speed, the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine shaft elevator can move determines how many people can retire from the federal government. And the elevator breaks down sometimes, and then nobody can retire.
So this is the ultimate, and I hope that elevator operator, I hope they have the operator and he's a union guy, and this is like an old Zioli bit from back in the day, like, yo, yeah, I got a guy, and you got $5, give me a tip, right? I couldn't make this up. Thank you for the John Denver. Iron Mountain, Butler County, Pennsylvania. This is a former limestone mine, and this is where we, in the United States of America, in the USA, in the year 2025, all of the retirement paperwork, hard copies for federal employees, all of it, is stored and processed hundreds of feet down into these caverns. I mean, it's bizarre.
Sounds like something out of a comedy film, like.
Right?
Yeah.
And it was, so this was, and he's right, it started in 1902. In 1902, this was run by U.S. Steel, used to supply limestone to the steel mills between 1902 and 1952. And then beginning in 1960, they've been leasing it out, which we pay a fortune for that. We lease it out. And this is Iron Mountain. I mean, you can't make this up. So in other words, it's not computerized. The fact that they've refused to computerize, to put this on computers, is suspicious to me as well. Why are they refusing to do that? Why? Why wouldn't they want all of that information on a computer system? And yet, for Democrats, and obviously this is Republicans and Democrats who've this since 1960, but I will say this, they were so quick to want to computerize elections and make sure our voting machines, they said, oh, these antiquated voting systems, which, by the way, worked fine. We used to be able to vote in a day and have the election results, so computers only slowed it down. But these same bureaucrats, oh, no, we have to have all hard copy. And so literally you have folders, and then think about all the costs of all the paper and all these employees and all these bureaucrats. You just can't make it up. But it stores this Iron Mountain area. It also stores the wills of Princess Diana, Charles Dickens, Charles Darwin, recordings of Frank Sinatra, and master recordings by Sony. So they use it for other things. And I guess it could survive a nuclear attack.
Oh, okay.
But of all the things we want to store, if we have a nuclear attack, is that really what we're worried about? Is like some government workers' like information? It's bizarre.
You know, I imagine it is, this is a very niche reference, and I'm sorry to make it, but in Monsters, Inc., where they have the big factory with all the doors,
yes.
And they have to go find the right door for the right room, and it becomes very confusing because there's so many doors, and there's actually a physical factory of doors. Like, you never think that there'd be an actual physical mine where they're keeping paperwork that they have to travel physically down to retrieve paperwork to bring it back. It's crazy.
Wazowski, you didn't file your paperwork last night.
Wazowski. But that's just it. Why would they fight this? Why would they fight putting this information on a computer? That's my real question. And he detailed, because I've been talking about this all week because I had read it, as you well know. And to me, it just strikes me, and he said it again last night or yesterday afternoon with Trump, that all of these paychecks are going out, all of these payments are going out, and nowhere on it is any kind of code, any kind of number by which you can, in fact, track the payments. This is by design. These bureaucrats, they want that antiquated system so that they can cheat the system. I mean, there's just no way of getting around it. Now, Elon Musk in that clip, if we had played the whole thing, he says at one point, hey, there are a lot of good people working in the government. He's not trying to blame all federal workers. He's saying there are a lot of good, hardworking people. That's not the point. The point is the system is flawed. The system is antiquated. And we, the people, we deserve a modernized system by which it's on a computer.
There's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government. And if you have rule of the bureaucrat, if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have? If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy. It's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public's elected representatives, the president, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large, unelected bureaucracy. This is not to say that there are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy.
Sure is. So, Boyers, Pennsylvania, Iron Mountain. So the Democrats, I guess they can't get the DEI Brokeback Mountain. Now they're trying to protect Iron Mountain. A lot of mountains here.
Rename it, Dawn.
Oh, my goodness. Brokeback, right? It's all Brokeback. It's all crazy. And they're trying to break our backs, quite frankly. Think about if God forbid, Democrats had stayed in office, they would protect all of this. And with the federal deficit, nearly $7 trillion spent and 1.8 plus trillion deficit. So what Musk and Trump are trying to do is cut $2 trillion. That's the deficit. They're basically trying to cut all this ridiculous waste, like this stuff that we're showing you. Every day we see it, cut that $2 trillion, and that means our taxes don't go up. You see what I'm saying? Democrats were happy with all this waste, but you know that what was to come, well, you got to pay the taxes. That put it on us and break our backs. Unbelievable. 855-839-1210.
Huh?
I love it. I love your music, too. Thank you.
Go get those files, Dawn.
Elevator. Wazowski, you don't... Nope, 10,000 people can't retire today.
Wazowski, you didn't file your paperwork last night.
Oh, that darn paperwork. Wouldn't it be easier if it all just blew away?
Oh, they wish it could blow away, but it's not, because Doge is here. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3 has been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when buying a one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s. Get a second bottle free. OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
College sports hold a mythic place in American culture. But sometimes the drama off the court overshadows the action on it.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything, including some of the biggest scandals in college sports. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast, available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We have a great guest expert on DOJ, government transparency, and this on Capitol Hill as we have, taxpayer waste, getting rid of waste hearings as they focus on the Department of Education and waste within the Education Department. But let's take you to what's going on in the Trump administration. I want to take you back to Butler, that rally, that fateful day, July 13th. And we knew that, of course, here in Pennsylvania, this was huge. This was a big rally. What we never really saw that day was a 94-year-old mother from Pennsylvania who was going to take the stage. She was scheduled. She was there with Trump and this was the Trump campaign, and she was set to take the stage. She was sitting behind Trump, not so far from Corey Comparator and his wife and his family. Before that Butler, Pennsylvania rally, then candidate Trump met with Mark Fogel's mom, and she begged him, "Sir, if you're elected, please, please bring my son, bring him home." 94 years young, and she was set to take the stage. Trump was going to introduce her. And then we know what happened next. The assassin, and that's a whole other story that I'm sure we'll get more details on. But a wannabe assassin took shots at Trump, hit him in the ear. Thank God Trump was turning toward that famous graphic now, that poster, talking about, of all things, illegal immigration. And God and all of our prayers, I suppose, helped save this great president so that he could come into office. And so this is a promise made here in Pennsylvania and a promise kept to a now 95-year-old mother for her Pennsylvania history teacher son, Mark Fogel.
Dave McCormick appeared on Fox News today and actually took Dana behind the scenes of that meeting with Trump. Take a listen.
Yeah, well, thank you, Dana. It's great to be here, and what a joy to see Mark Fogel last night celebrating. We had a chance to meet with President Trump did, and I did as well, with Mark Fogel's mom, Mafa. She's 95 years old at the Butler rally, and President Trump made a promise that if he was elected, he'd try to bring her home. I made the same promise. I'd do everything I could. And here we are, 22 days into the president's term, and Mark is home. And it's such a joy. And this just shows what leadership and focus can do. This is what America First looks like, focusing on American citizens. And Mark was overjoyed. I know his family is overjoyed. And we're just so proud of him and proud of the president for making it all happen.
So it's incredible that Trump met her that day, never forgot the promise he made to this mom, despite the fact that, they were making another attempt on his life. He goes on now to fulfill the promise. And last night, and this was late last night, it was, I think by the time this wrapped up at the outside the White House there, where they had the press briefing with Mark Fogel, our history teacher from Pennsylvania, with Trump. But just listen in and I just want to set the scene as Trump is beside him. You see Mark Fogel. He looks a little pale, at times choked up, trying to fight back tears. An American flag draped around his neck, off his shoulders, as he speaks out and thanks President Trump.
I feel like the luckiest man on earth right now. And
Lou Gehrig quote.
I want you to know that I am not a hero in this at all. And President Trump is a hero. These men that came from the diplomatic service are heroes. The senators and representatives that passed legislation in my honor to get me home are the heroes. I am in awe of what they all did. My family has been a force. I think my 95-year-old mother is probably the most dynamic 95-year-old on earth right now. And I am so indebted to so many people. I think I remember a Churchill quote that he said when the RAF was fighting the Luftwaffe, and he said that never have so many owed so much to so few. And I put myself, fortunately and unfortunately, into that category, and I said, never has one owed so much to so many. That this superorganism of people that came to my support and the love that I was given sustained me for 3.5 years in a prison that had me in hospitals for more than 100 days. I was given more than 400 injections in that time. And knowing I had the support of my fellow Pennsylvanians, my family, my friends, it was so overwhelming that it brought me to my knees and it brought me to tears, but it was my energy, it was my being that kept me going that whole time.
So our history teacher from Pennsylvania, Mark Fogel, finally back on American soil. And in this, and by the way, he was arrested by Russian authorities at the airport there in Moscow, 2021. His family said he was carrying just 17 grams of medical marijuana for medical reasons to treat his chronic back pain, which he had the prescription for. Remember that his family has blasted the previous administration, the Biden administration, which of course brought WNBA star Brittany Griner home in that 1-for-1 prisoner swap for international arms dealer Victor Bout. Remember that one. But as well, Mark Fogel's mom and others had blasted Biden because the Biden administration even refused to list Mark Fogel as wrongfully detained. So that hurt his chances of coming home. There's so much to this. We now know that there's another American hostage that's returning home this morning that we'll learn more details about. But I will say this as well. The bigger picture, if you look at the statement I was looking at from the White House and Trump's statements, that this is part of a bigger piece of the picture, that the Trump administration is hoping that all the diplomacy regarding Mark Fogel's release as well can be woven into now a ceasefire and an end to the long, deadly Russian-Ukraine war, costing more than 1 million casualties of both sides, Russians and Ukrainians. Just a horrifying loss of life and injury. We'll continue the conversation around the corner, 855-839-1210. Dawn Stensland here. Be right back.
Our light
Seems
sponge
everything
cakes.
costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hi, I'm Mike Venaria Jr. with Ausperity Private Wealth. Your retirement dreams can become reality if you have a plan. I specialize in retirement and legacy planning. We provide custom solutions to help you navigate through your finances today while helping you build a strong financial portfolio for tomorrow. Take control of your financial future. Call me, Mike Venaria Jr. at 856-252-0107.
Securities through Sanctuary Securities, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, advisory services through Sanctuary Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Good morning. I hope that you were not stuck in the snow early this morning. We did get about 3 to 4 inches in Philadelphia and in the outlying suburbs of Philadelphia. Cape May did get the 8 inches, so South Jersey, I think, got it the worst in parts of Delaware to almost 9 inches. Kind of a crazy commute in this morning, so I think it's all melted. And then more rain tomorrow, a wintry mix. Oh my goodness. And then nearly 50 tomorrow. What crazy weather. Thank goodness we'll just have sunshine for the big parade. We're so excited for our Super Bowl parade. We can all celebrate together. Well, what do you think about Doge? Do you think this is effective? And then I'm just looking at the disparity in the headlines. You know, we're talking about Doge and the tangible evidence of government waste. There are subcommittee hearings on Capitol Hill we'll get to where they're out, really outlining the war on waste by this administration. Well, let's get your thoughts. 855-839-1210. We have Don calling in, Franconia. Hey, Don.
Hello, good morning. How you doing, Dawn?
I'm good, my dear. How are you?
I can't complain. I just finished my snow shoveling and I'm still alive, so it's a good day for me.
Got your workout.
Excuse me?
You got your workout, Don.
Yeah, really. The connection isn't the best, so you'll have to excuse my ignorance here. I didn't call about this, but when you're talking about Mr. Trump, I mean, the previous administration talk the talk real well, but Mr. Trump, he not only talks the talk, he also walks the walk, and that's proven already. So we're lucky to have him as our president, no question.
Amen. Agreed. Thank you, Don. Well, be safe.
Well,
take a rest
right,
from the snow shoveling. That is hard work. A
Well,
lot of
thank you.
people have heart attacks.
Yes. Can I mention what I want to talk about? You were talking about the government having a mind where they have all and do all the manual work about retirements. I thought our company was unique in the fact that we made something called AGVs, which is automated guided vehicles. And in essence, what they were forklift trucks that were automated, run completely by computer, no driver, and it used to save prospective customers a lot of money for obvious reasons. And yet our systems that we manually used to run the company were not computerized. So here we are using the manual system to run all the things we did for the company, but the product we made was 100% highly computerized. So I thought that was similar to what the government's doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so true. I mean, obviously, we've had computers for a long time. Don, I thank you so much for your call. Be safe. But that's just it. I mean, we certainly have had computer systems. Now they're really going to give it the upgrade. But that's something that the group of Department of Government Efficiency, that's why Trump believes in this. That's why Elon Musk and his team, everybody's working so hard as we get the details now on all of this. But the fact that we, first of all, are leasing out this mountain, it's like more than 1 million square miles, 200 feet down, whatever. And the fact that that's the only way that you have hard copies of federal employees' paperwork and you have to drudge it up. It's a ridiculous, antiquated system. It's crazy, in my opinion. And there's a reason. There's a real method to their madness. There's a reason that they want to stay on the paperwork and keep it a slow process. They don't want a computer process where every check that goes out has a number associated so they can do government audits. Why would they want that? Because they can't fudge any payments. I mean, that's really what I see. So we'll cover all of that for you. And I want to think about the fact, I get these notices, I don't know if you get this day in history, and they were talking about all of the different history of the day. And I thought, isn't that interesting? That Trump made a reference to giving Mark Fogel a tour of the Lincoln bedroom and a little bit of the White House last night. But this is February 12th, I believe. This is Lincoln's birthday commemoration, but no mention it in some of the daily emails that you get. But yes, Honest Abe, Lincoln's birthday, a public holiday in some United States, by the way. And obviously the upcoming President's Day, it used to be Lincoln's birthday. Now they made it for all the presidents. So it is, I believe that I'm trying to look at which states, obviously not us, but I think Indiana, there are some states which still honor today, February 12th, as he was born back in 1809.
Illinois, California, Connecticut, and Missouri.
Is it still well, he was born in Illinois, so maybe they still consider it a state holiday.
Well, he was born in Kentucky, wasn't he?
But he was from Illinois, or he lived in Illinois for a long time, right?
Yeah.
I'm only saying because
I just know the cabin
we visited,
story and all that.
Yeah. Because we visited that like when I was a kid in Illinois.
So looking at the states, so in Ogdenville, Kentucky, they do it. Connecticut, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, California, Missouri, and New York. Huh.
Not us, obviously. No. But they changed it to President's Day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think those places have no school today, Wednesday, February 12th.
Yeah.
Honest Abe. The Lincoln bedroom. So Mark Fogel got a tour of that one. I don't know. I just thought I would bring it up. I thought it was weird that usually you see more on something like that. Isn't it funny that when it's a former president who's a Democrat, you see it all over the place? But isn't that weird to you? Nobody's like saying, hey, it's Lincoln's birthday. I don't know. I just kind of think it's just one of those silly little things maybe I obsess over with bias by omission. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But obviously the Union League of Philadelphia, right? We think of the Union League in support of emancipation, in support of then President Abraham Lincoln, and you think about all of that in perspective. They never want to talk about it in the so-called mainstream media. It's funny, isn't it? They never want to talk about this government waste that we're looking at.
So Lincoln was born in Kentucky, grew up actually in Indiana for a while, and then moved over to Illinois, March 1830. Fearing another milk sickness outbreak, several members of the extended family, including Abraham himself, moved west from Indiana to Illinois, a free state, and settled in Macon County.
Yeah, in Illinois. I remember learning about it as a kid, and his mom had that. They drank milk where the cows had eaten milkweed, and so it is poisonous. It's crazy because I had some of that in my yard. I was looking it up. I was like, oh yeah. So I knew there was the Illinois connection.
So they only were in Macon for about a year. 1831,
Mm-hmm.
Thomas, other family members prepared to a new homestead in Coles County, Illinois.
He had a tough
Abraham
childhood.
struck out on his own.
Yeah.
Made his new home instead in New Salem, Illinois for 6 years.
And then obviously if you go to the Union League of Philadelphia, we've been longtime members. You'll learn all the history with the Union League, what it meant for Abraham Lincoln, supporting emancipation, supporting him as president, and the efforts for emancipation. They never talk about that either. You ever notice that? 855.
You think Ed and Delran can rhyme Lincoln?
Oh, let's see. Hey, Ed.
Oh, that's so easy. Rhyme Lincoln. Dawn Stensler's always thinking. That's why we're talking about Lincoln. And when I see her, I'm always blinking. And I'm thinking.
You're blinking and
Wait
you're
a minute,
thinking.
go ahead. What's that?
You said thinking twice there, Ed. You can't rhyme the same.
No, he said
okay.
blinking. Blinking and you're thinking. Isn't that what he said?
Yeah, but he said thinking first.
Okay.
Yep. And when I see Dawn, I'm always blinking.
You're sweet.
I actually had another rhyme for you, but, you asked me a different question, so I had to change it.
Johnny on the spot here, changing it up. I like it.
Yep, that's right. I'm fast on my feet because you guys are so damn neat.
You crack me up. But I always think this is good for your marriage.
I'm always, remember this. If I make you laugh, I got you on the right path.
Ed, we love you. Thank you for making us laugh, for bringing us your cheer.
Always.
You're so dear.
Always.
Thanks, Ed. Okay, so quick, just a little bit of trivia.
Rhyme always.
My late father-in-law, the late, great J. Robert Menti, actually wrote the history book, or one of the many history books for the Union League of Philadelphia. But it was founded back in 1862, and it was a society that would be very patriotic in support of the Union and the policies and the emancipation policies of President Abe Lincoln. So just a little bit of Philadelphia history, Philadelphia ties to what would have been the birthday of Abraham Lincoln. There you have it. 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break. We do have a great guest in the next hour. We will take you inside Doge, and great interview coming up, great interviewee, so you're going to love it. We'll be right back.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. How it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
There are quite a few people in the bureaucracy who have ostensibly a salary of a few $100,000, but somehow manage to accrue tens of millions of dollars in net worth while they are in that position, which is, you know, what happened to USAID. We're just curious as to where it came from. Maybe they're very good at investing, in which case we should take their investment advice, perhaps. But just there seems to be mysteriously they get wealthy. We don't know why. Where does it come from? And I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at the taxpayer expense. That's the honest truth of it.
That's the bottom line, and that's Elon Musk speaking out to reporters. They get very quiet when he's saying this. Oh, we're going to fact check him. We're going to fact check him. But he's right. And by the way, there was one point, we played it earlier. If he gets some detail that's not quite right, he's going to say it. That's just it. He's saying this is full transparency. But now, and that's part of this war on waste, the government subcommittee that I've been talking about this morning, they're going after, and they've been going after, the Department of Education. So this is DOGE. So far, the top number I'm seeing this morning, saving us, we the people, our hard-earned money, $982 million. So they're not cutting any resources out of classrooms. You know what? They're canceling out these outside contracts, which you may say are patronage type jobs. I mean, that's really, think about the power of government officials, right? They give these patronage type things. Yeah, that's it. You can run a study. We'll give you $101 million. So the Education Department's Institute of Educational Sciences was the focus of most of these cuts. And that's what you're seeing, the headlines. 89 contracts worth. Are you ready for this? Are you sitting? Hopefully you're driving and you're sitting down. worth $881 million. That's the majority of this, but another $100 million from someplace else within the Department of Education, within these outside contracts. You know what for? Special studies. Yeah, we need some special studies for hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars on things like student learning or teaching strategies or tracking educational trends. Really? I'm sure the teachers, and why isn't the union saying, yo, not for nothing, but $900+ million, give that to the teachers and we'll do some improved learning, extra hours, whatever. But this is crazy. So they're also canceling the training grants for these DEI programs, and that was the other $100 million. So there you have it, $101 million for training of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, I think Dan and Jimmy can vouch for this. You know, we have to take these Odyssey, because we're reporting from Odyssey World Headquarters here in Philadelphia, and we have to take these, I was going to say low energy, but I'm not going to. We have to do these videos, right? And it's timed. And so they go, how do you identify diversity, equity, and sexual harassment? And then you have like ABC, and like, you know the answer. And then they go, you have to spend more time on this page. And they time you. And it's like, oh my goodness, you know, this will take 20 minutes. But I promise you that in the private sector, these HR videos that we have to look at, which usually involve, I mean, basically it's so the lawyers can say, we trained all of our people, and the fact that, you know, whoever, Joe Smith is a ignoramus, well, we trained him, we did our best, you can't sue us. That's what they're really for, the lawyers. But in this one, $101 million, that's just for the training of the DEI programs. And then the other, you know, $881 million, that's for these specialty type contracts for these outside individuals, not within teacher. This is not teachers. This is not the classroom, nothing of that nature. So in my humble opinion, what I read between the lines, we'll find out more details. And Dan's been monitoring this, the ongoing, you know, subcommittee that's happening.
I do have some audio if you want it.
Okay.
Democrat Lynch from Massachusetts. Dawn, take a listen.
Make no mistake, this is a moment for representative democracy. This is a test of our resolve.
Democracy.
In the coming days and weeks, we will all get to decide whether we stand with a couple of billionaires who, despite their own financial successes, still harbor such grievances in their hearts that after all that democracy has provided to them, they remain animated by the desire to dismantle this democratic government and to punch down at some of the weakest and most vulnerable in our society. Two men who clearly understand that the easiest way to incite large numbers of people is to use social media to exploit the dynamic forces.
Do you feel exploited?
Of hatred and fear. Madam Chair, if we're going after waste, fraud, and abuse, let's start with abuse. Abuse of power. As of yesterday, there were 55 lawsuits under consideration by the federal courts across our nation. Yes. As a result of Elon Musk's and President Trump's unlawful acts.
Alleged
Many of those
unlawful
lawsuits
acts
have already been sustained by the federal district courts.
And they'll move through.
And orders have been rendered to undo those unlawful acts. But this is just the beginning.
It is just, I'm going to interrupt him. It's just the beginning because you see democracy, and they all keep talking about this danger to democracy, constitutional crisis. You'll see it. There's no crisis. You know why? He is basically disputing his own argument because this is making its way through the courts. It's being tested, right? And I told you this yesterday. Yes, the unions, everybody else and their mother, they're throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. And some of them judge shopping. Okay, that happens too. It's all part of the process. And now it's making its way through the courts. And all these judges have to hear all of this. What's legal, what's illegal, it's being put to the test. So that's the way the system works. So it refutes and disputes everything anybody's saying about a constitutional crisis or danger to democracy because it's weaving its way through the courts. Some of these cases may very well end up, as I've been saying, at SCOTUS, at the highest court, the Supreme Court of the United States. And so they'll look at all of this. But the bottom line here is that when they're looking at things like the Department of Education, right, with all of this hundreds of millions of dollars being literally flushed down the toilet with these dopey studies that don't help children get educated. And we have what we have a crisis in? Education. When the majority of our fourth grade kids cannot read and are not up to speed on math. That's a crisis. How come how come they're not talking about that? You know why? That just tells me more and more the fact that they're screaming about this and that they're so upset, they're losing their minds. They don't want to give up on all of this money. Money. Greed, patronage jobs. What does that mean? Their power. And we're just at the tip of the iceberg. We're going to talk to a great expert about Doge and how it's bringing down, it's finding and rooting out all of this fraud. We're getting played, people. We're getting scammed. Biggest scandal in the history of our nation. Hear more about it coming up right here, Dawn Show.
Your Valentine deserves a priceless gift, one that symbolizes your love because it will never go away and continue to blossom forever.
Tony Gambone and Denise Gambone, Royersford, Pennsylvania.
With Valentine's Day coming up, the best gift that you could give to your Valentine is to bring your money to Crash Proof Retirement.
Even in the downturns of the economy, I have security that my retirement funds will grow into a considerable amount of money.
We're not going down. We don't have to recover a loss. Zero becomes our hero. When the market goes up, we just pick up and move forward in a positive direction. We get a double win because we stayed at zero and now we're going positive. It's the best symbol of your love possible. Peace of mind and security.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike, Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Westchester University, February 21st, and Pittman, New Jersey, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
Back when I was a cab driver, trying to make my way in comedy and find some entree into television and radio and everything in between, I was writing articles, mocking sports culture and cancel culture and things like that. And they had booked me an interview on WPHT. They were the very first radio station to ever book me as a guest. We had a lot of laughs. So to be sitting here, 8 or 9 years later as a host in your lineup is obviously a really big deal to me personally.
Jimmy Fallon, now weeknights, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Easy app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yes, we're talking about DOGE this morning, targeting Department of Education. We've got the War on Waste hearings, the subcommittee hearings. That's underway today. We've been talking about that. And as well, DOGE taking aim at Pentagon, wasting your tax dollars at the Pentagon level. So one by one, taking on all of these different agencies, and this as well as Trump keeps talking about billions of dollars over many years just being wasted, calling it a huge scandal. I would say this is the biggest scam operation, and we, the people, we the American people, we got played, we got scammed, and that's why there are so many in the media, so many bureaucrats out there. They're all losing their mind. Why? They're losing their minds because, well, they're being revealed, and that's really what it's all about.
Actually, happening right now, you have Robert Garcia out there in California having a little bit of a conundrum out there at the DOGE hearing.
Their companies and their billionaire friends. That is the attack that is happening in this committee and across this country, and it's important that we call it out. We also know, of course, that Elon Musk is sending his unqualified DOGE staff to carry out this agenda across all these agencies. And in some cases, actually teenage staffers.
So that's a Democrat. You know, the Democrats, they're losing their mind. Was he the one who said the word, the slur word, I guess, begins with a D as in Dawn or Dan?
No, that was Anderson Cooper on CNN last night. It's a new. Is that what you're talking about?
Wow, I just saw that headline.
The male appendage?
A lot of male appendage. So we played it all morning. I didn't get to it, but it was pretty funny with Elon Musk. I think he's just playing some of these anchor women who can't help themselves. Dana Bash with her pouty face, and just hearing her say the name Harold Bolz, that Elon changed his name to like Harry Balls and Big Balls, and it's a hoot. Get a sense of humor, people. And even Jake Tapper, like, it's funny. I'm sorry, but it's like, it's okay. It's like the fifth grader in all of us. It's just funny. So, I laugh out loud. I do. They're just getting played, and they get so angry. So let's get to our next guest, and this is Max Primorak, who had this. We saw him as a senior research fellow, Margaret Thatcher Center for Freedom at the Heritage Foundation, our friends there. But entitled, his commentary here is How U.S. Aid Went Woke and is Destroying Itself. So, Max, so great to have you here. How are you today?
Great. How are you doing today? Thanks for having me on.
Oh, it's a great day. I mean, every day that we have DOGE and Trump, it's just the day. And of course, we're the champions, so we have our big parade coming up for our Eagles this Friday. So it's an awesome week, Max.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, hour by hour, I've never seen news cycles moving this fast and this administration moving so quickly. But we want to get to what you're talking about here, Max, and this is your wheelhouse, if you will, right? That you're talking about the tale of a government agency really going off the rails. And I think this is an important piece of perspective because the truth is, and I had reported on this, Max, in part that, looking at U.S. aid, why it was originally created and the original intent, and then how it has gone off the rails. But can you take us through your great commentary, your great piece that you recently wrote?
Sure. Thanks, Dawn. Yeah, I served as the chief operating officer during the first Trump administration and other positions there. And I spent 35 years in the international workspace. So I know USAID and the work that it's done overseas. And just to give you a sense of the extent to which the degree of waste, fraud, and abuse under the last administration went through the roof. When I was there, we had a $20 billion budget. And now, under the last year of Biden, it doubled to $40 billion. And I said in the article that its original intent was really good. It was a counter-Soviet Union entity. The Soviets were trying to turn many of the developing countries into communist countries, and so we responded to it. It was primarily helping them respond to natural disasters, getting them to adopt a free market economics to build wealth. And then after the Cold War ended, it really did a good job in integrating the former Warsaw Pact countries in Central and Eastern Europe into the West and making them allies. But then came the Clinton administration, in particular Hillary Clinton, who started pushing this population control abortion agenda into it. And even the LGBT, you had the first signs of it. I was in the Balkans at the time doing post-war work, and I noticed it particularly after 9/11. Then the Bush administration comes in, and that's lessened. And then you had 8 years of Obama. Not only they expanded on this with the climate agenda, and then Biden comes in, and they just went into overdrive, doubling the amount of aid and using it basically as a slush fund for the progressive causes, and pushing this agenda, exporting it globally. You know, things that are so divisive at home, things like transgender ideology, and causing tremendous resentment abroad. When you say American values in places like Africa, they run away. That's how bad it is. Even the president of France, Macron, no right-winger, he's actually a left-winger, came out publicly and said, please don't export your woke ideology to us. That's just how bad it is.
Yeah, and for you, Max Primorak, as somebody who worked within the Trump administration, actually, I mean, the fact that you were running the U.S. Agency for International Development, I mean, this as acting chief operating officer, you're somebody who's an insider with this. So what I infer from you is that, yes, this was existing. It was essentially supersized and manipulated, not for the better, during the past just 4 years. Is that correct?
That is correct. During my time there, I worked for USAID, but I was co-reporting to the Vice President of the United States and helping persecuted Christians in northern Iraq. And, I oversaw a lot of the USAID monies, and we did a lot of good work there. I also oversaw 2 Ebola outbreaks in Africa, and we were able to contain it there. There's a lot of good things that we were doing, especially counter China. But when the Biden administration came in, they got rid of all of this. Former Secretary Blinken was so anti-Christian. I speak to a lot of including African leaders. They told me that when they meet with Mr. Blinken, they were all ready to talk about how they could work together with us to counter China. Instead, the first issue, do you have pro-gay laws? They were just stunned. And in a place like Africa, very conservative, as many of them would tell me, communist China doesn't force us to give up our religious views to do business with them. So you can see how the thing just went haywire.
Yeah, absolutely. And tell us this is very timely that you're here, because we're not just in general talking about Doge. You're actually you'll be a witness tomorrow. Is it tomorrow morning at one of these hearings tomorrow in D.C.?
Yes, I will be testifying before the House Foreign Affairs Committee in terms of addressing the USAID issue. There is a lot of pushback from the advocates for it, although the only protest that I've seen, frankly, is here in Washington, D.C. I don't know. Are you having protests in Philadelphia? I don't know. I don't see. America has discovered what's been happening with foreign aid. I can tell you that the most generous people on the planet are the American people. But they demand that our government agencies don't manipulate that goodwill, and that goodwill was manipulated. Yeah. So other side is also saying, this is going to help China. But the fact of the matter is, we were supporting China through the way that we were doing foreign aid. For instance, with this green ideology, we were literally forcing the Chinese or the Africans to buy solar and wind equipment from communist China and push them into economic dependency with them. And then all of this woke stuff, we offended them. So it's just crazy. So I'm going to have an opportunity to describe my own experiences at USAID and what the problems are. And, quite frankly, bottom line, this government agency lost bipartisan support of Congress, and they lost the trust of the American people.
Yeah, what would you say I had a couple people, even a relative, say, well, Dawn, they do so much good in the world, or they did do so much good, and now we're wiping away this agency. What do you say to people as far as looking with this agency? And they're hearing the so-called mainstream media, and there's bias. Sure. What would you say to that kind of comment, Max?
Well, yeah, I would say that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has made it very clear that there are certain aspects of foreign aid that will likely be continued. For instance, humanitarian aid or fighting these infectious diseases that don't then come to our shores. So those are the things that are going to continue. I suspect there's also going to be aid for victims of genocide around the world. But the budget has to be cut. It's so big, it's unmanageable, and it gives the opportunity for those in the bureaucracy, and I would tell you that 95% of their political contributions go to the left to finance their friends and serve as a slush fund for the progressives. So a lot of the good things are not going to be lost, but the bad things, they're done.
Good. Max, can you take us inside a little bit? We saw Mark Fogel, who's a Pennsylvania, I'm broadcasting from Pennsylvania, history teacher brought back, but this is part of a broader picture, obviously, with, Trump hoping to end the Ukraine-Russia war. Can you take us inside that very delicate negotiation? Are you encouraged by what you're seeing?
Well, what really encouraged me is the approach the president is taking in terms of what happens after the war stops. And you saw him talking about America has provided hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine, and talking about how he wants to have an agreement with the country that all of its very precious rare earth minerals, that there's an agreement to allow American companies to exploit those resources. I've written extensively on how our post-war reconstruction support of Ukraine should look like. We shouldn't be doing how we're doing foreign aid now, because number one, it's supporting radical causes, and it doesn't work. The best approach to strengthening Ukraine so that Russia doesn't dare attack it again is to adopt the same kind of approaches, economic approaches that have made countries rich all over the place. And so that means no socialism and opening up the country to American capital. It's got tremendous energy resources, tremendous agricultural resources. The Ukrainian people are very strong in the technology area. There's opportunities for defense co-production. There are so many opportunities here for Ukraine and America to come together in a way that's a win-win, strengthen that relationship, and make it nearly impossible for Russians to think about doing this again, or they'll just get they'll get punched in the nose really hard. So I like the way that the president is thinking about this.
Max Primorak, I'll be covering you tomorrow morning. I hope you come back. There's so much. You have a wealth of knowledge and experience. Thank you so much, Max. You've been so generous with your time.
Thank you. Take care.
You take care, Max Primorak. I mean, he's an expert. I could pick his brain for 2 hours. He is fascinating and had worked for Trump. You should see his portfolio, author as well, but led the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance and worked, for example, in Yemen, Syria, Afghanistan. Would love to hear his take, even on the Middle East and Gaza. So there's so much here, but a very experienced individual, and he's going to nail it tomorrow morning as he's a witness. Your thoughts, 855-839-1210. We continue to look at all of the different hearings. And then as well, remember, Tulsi Gabbard, she's taking center stage. And, BTW, Trump with another news conference this afternoon. What's going to drop next? The breaking news just continues in waves. Local news, a cop shot this morning, the latest on that one in Philadelphia. Stay right there.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need, and with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I got hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds when they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Rain tonight could wash out some of that snow. We saw the shore get about 8 inches and Center City around 3 inches. Details for the Eagles Victory Parade are now out from both the city and SEPTA. An Upper Darby School District is mulling over permanently closing one of its elementary schools.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I do want to update you on some local news. There's just so much breaking, but I do feel encouraged. And it was started last night, and I'm even reading it. I'm reading the executive orders. I'm reading all the announcements by the Trump administration. And I can just feel it. And you heard it with the interview with Max, his resume is just incredible. So Dan's working on getting him back in the update after he testifies. But I am encouraged that Trump and the Trump administration is working diligently to end the Ukraine-Russia war. And even today, we have Pete Hegseth speaking out, just talking to the Secretary of Defense, obviously, saying that Ukraine is dreaming, and I'm paraphrasing here, if they think they're going to regain, those original borders from 11 years ago. It's just unrealistic. But this is his first NATO visit.
I do have audio of that if you'd like.
Oh, let's hear it. This is important.
And I appreciate the opportunity to share President Trump's approach to the war in Ukraine. We are at, as you said, Mr. Secretary, a critical moment. As the war approaches its 3rd anniversary, our message is clear. The bloodshed must stop, and this war must end. President Trump has been clear with the American people and with many of your leaders. that stopping the fighting and reaching an enduring peace is a top priority. He intends to end this war by diplomacy and bringing both Russia and Ukraine to the table. And the U.S. Department of Defense will help achieve this goal. We will only end this devastating war and establish a durable peace by coupling allied strength with a realistic assessment of the battlefield. We want, like you, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective.
And they're not going to be members of NATO. It's just not happening. And he's basically saying, like, get over it.
Chasing this illusionary goal will only prolong the war and cause more suffering.
And the suffering, you don't hear about it. Trump has said it repeatedly. More than 1 million casualties, deaths, and devastating, life-altering injuries on both sides, Russia and Ukraine. No, you notice you never hear that. You never hear the death toll. You never hear the catastrophic casualty reports. Never hear that. Wonder why that is. But Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is telling our allies they're at NATO headquarters. This is his first big overseas visit, if you will. And this is to the Ukraine Defense Contact Group there in Belgium. And just focusing really on the security of Europe and the bigger picture, securing our own borders and deterring war with China in the Pacific. That's the big picture here and the top priority. But good for him. And just setting it straight, boom. It's as if, you know, like I have these sticky notes on the fridge and all over the house, you know, and you like check off, that's done. You think about Trump rounding out, what is this, week 3? Is it even, it's going at a record pace, but it's like, he's like, check Russia-Ukraine war, check Doge, cutting $2 trillion of waste from the budget, check balancing the budget. You know what I mean? He's just going through. It's unbelievable.
So fast. Can't keep up. Also, speaking of so fast and being able to tie things together and such, Pete Hegseth mentioned how our unleashing of energy could help us on the world stage as well. Take a listen.
To further enable effective diplomacy and drive down energy prices that fund the Russian war machine, President Trump is unleashing American energy production and encouraging other nations to do the same. Lower energy prices, coupled with more effective enforcement of energy sanctions, will help bring Russia to the table. Safeguarding European security must be an imperative for European members of NATO. As part of this, Europe must provide the overwhelming share of future lethal and non-lethal aid to Ukraine.
So there it is. And remember that Trump had spoken about the fact that Ukraine has, it has been estimated some $500 billion worth of those rare earth materials. And so he had alluded to that as well. So they have a bright future, but we've given them a boatload of money. Every time you turned around, you saw Biden was like the ultimate sugar daddy. But he's a sugar daddy giving out money that's not his, it's ours. And that's the problem I have with it. And look, I will admit, I still have my Ukraine T-shirts. We have a huge Ukrainian community here in this area, friends, with relatives still there. But at some point, it's just ridiculous to just keep on sending all of this money and just elongating the suffering there. And that's what nobody ever brings up. I'm glad he brought it up again.
Yeah.
Do you have relatives over there? Do you have, family and friends who have? Because we have a lot of. My kids have a lot of friends who have direct cousins and family members, grandparents.
Yeah.
We have a huge Ukrainian community, and I know a lot of support.
Regarding Ukraine, Russia, and current news, Tulsi Gabbard is going to be confirmed today, hopefully, right?
Hopefully.
Well, not if Chuck Schumer gets his way. Just had this to say, Dawn.
Every single Democrat, I am proud to say, will oppose the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard, because we simply cannot in good conscience trust our most classified secrets to someone who echoes Russian propaganda and falls for conspiracy theories. So before my Republican colleagues cast their vote to confirm Ms. Gabbard, I hope they're going to think carefully one last time, because America's safety, America's security is at stake.
Yeah, right. Because we all feel scared of Tulsi, right? It's so absurd. They do fear her, but it has nothing to do with that. But yeah, Tulsi Gabbard, her confirmation, the hearing, everything's ongoing, started just within the past half hour, right? And so for President Trump, he's almost there, right? He's on the verge of another in the win column, if you will, for his cabinet appointees. So, I think, do they have the votes? Because I believe we have the votes. But we're 30 hours. I mean, they have gone on and on and on, just trying to buck this one. So she's slated for the final Senate confirmation vote as National Intelligence Director. So we'll follow this one. I guess they had some delays because they had quite a snowstorm there as well in DC. So we'll follow this one, but I like her. I mean, I do. I know there's a hesitation here because she was a Democrat, not because of any security clearance issues, but because she was a Democrat. But I think the fact that she came out on the campaign trail and stumped for Trump as she did, and I think she brought a lot of people over who felt that the Democrat Party...
It's actually just happened. She's been confirmed.
Thank you. I just see it.
Yep.
Vote to break the Yeah. So now they're just even moving on. RFK Jr. just happened. Thanks, Dan. Breaking news.
Yeah.
So I think she gets in. I think, wow, where are they going to go next? I always look at what are they going to target next? Who are they going to target next? But this has been basically, in my opinion, the Trump administration right now, they're like the Eagles. The Eagles defense. We are unbeatable at this point. But they are looking around, just seeing who they can attack, where they can attack. But this week, they just show themselves as such losers. And they don't have a great point. And I think part of this is that they are antiquated. They're not used to the work schedule like all of us, by the way. And I speak for, Dom's already in his studio, right, working. Dan Barowski. We're all up in the wee hours of the morning and work very long days, right? And these Democrats on Capitol, they're not used to this. They're like, what? What's happening? We're just waking up. What are they doing? Because they're used to that, we had a long weekend and we're out of here to get the senior citizen menu by 4:00. They're not used. Trump was still giving the tour. Last night, it was almost, I was looking at the timeline of this. Trump was doing the news conference until like 10:40-ish p.m., then giving the tour of the Lincoln bedroom to Mark Fogel, right? The newly freed, I'll say hostage. What? What are you laughing at?
No, you're right. I don't know how this guy has so many hours in the day. Like, I'm exhausted by 6:30 and falling asleep on the couch.
He's he's so full of energy. Even his own family says this about him, right? And so so all of these people are just waking up and going, Trump was, what did he say? What? And boom, it's like waves upon waves of hard work. And now Pete Hegseth, he's over here. He's in Bell. Who's on first? Who's over here? They can't keep up with it. And they're all losing their minds over it. Meantime, they're trying to do some lame protest outside the Capitol, and they just look ridiculous. But you have Doge, you have Elon Musk, and so all they can do, they just hurl words. And by the way, the only bad thing they can say about Elon Musk's team is to say that they're bad because they're 19 to 25. By the way, how old do you think some of our, soldiers and military members, not all of whom have come home, especially Afghanistan, how old do you think they are? As you just really make ignoramus statements about people's age, which I think that's ageism. Isn't that a form of discrimination? To say that they should not have been hired because they're 19 to 25 and they're known as the world's best software engineers? I'm sure that some of these members of Congress in their 80s would not want people to commit ageism against them.
Just for journalistic integrity, can you give me the name of one of those staffers?
the 19-year-old. I know. I said their names the other day, you smarty pants. But look, if your nickname has been enshrined in the airwaves of CNN and national news as, what was it? Was it Big Balls?
Yeah, it was
Big Balls.
Yeah.
Then that's just who you are. If that kid could go on to be whatever, run a company, he could go on to be a billionaire, he could go on to be president, he will forever be known as.
Well, if he's known
Big
publicly
balls.
as that, let's just hope he lives up to expectations. Be very disappointing for some people out there.
Forever. And how about Elon's? He switched his name. Just for how many hours did he switch his Twitter, his X
Only a
name?
couple hours. It was only to get the reporters to
Just to get all these, and it's the women and Jake Tapper. Just they're the only ones who would say it. Even I was looking through who said it. So I don't think Laura Ingraham, because she knows, she gets it that it's a troll. So Laura Ingraham spelled it. One of my most embarrassing moments in news reporting early on in my career, and I hope the tape, I hope it's not on the internet, the internet web or whatever somewhere, where I said, and now these victims, these survivors, they're on their way to the police station, to the roundhouse right now, so that police want to know if they can take a look and pick Harry Cox out of a lineup, the suspect, Harry Cox. That I said it. And it went right over my head. I was a rookie report, went right over Harold Cox, but they said, like, on the sheet, like I had the sheet, Harry Cox is the suspect. So then I get done with my live shot and I'm all, it's like a serious story. And I turn and there are all these detectives and cops, and they're howling. I mean, they're red-faced, and they're, holding their stomachs, laughing hysterically. And I swear to God, they did that to me. They didn't put, the guy's real name, Harold Cox, but they gave me, the sheet, the perp sheet. You know what I mean? The perp sheet with his mugshot, Harry Cox. C-O-X. I said it.
Most haven't.
Is Mr. Freely there?
Oh.
Freely. First initial is IP.
Hold on, I'll check it. Is IP Freely here?
Oh, my goodness. Got to say the formal name, right? I'll never live that down. My husband, Larry, if he's listening, he's chuckling for sure. Yeah, they got me. Some of those officers. I'll have an update on our officer, because you never know what the day is going to bring with two officers who were shot at. One of them rushed by his partner just this morning to Temple University Hospital, and I'll have an update on him. And Dan, it's somebody we know there's a connection here, so oh my goodness, thank God he's okay. But we got to talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's most beautiful top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models with their sleek new designs, innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology, with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles across Piazza's Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
We are currently in between two storm systems. It'll stay cloudy through the rest of today with a high of around 37. Tonight, next storm system arrives. We'll see rain developing during the evening, possibly starting as some snow and sleet briefly, low 34. And for Thursday, some morning rain and turning milder with a high near 50.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not in the United States of America be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
By the way, thank you, Rich Cioli, for taking time away from watching Hot Moms in Yoga Pants and Wegmans and calling in and bringing back some great memories. I love Rich Cioli. He is the reason that I'm here today. Kind of reinvented myself. Once again, I have more lives than a cat, but Rich Cioli, just love him. Loved working on afternoons with him and before they broke up the band, which I won't complain about too much. But Rich Cioli was on. Make sure that are you following Dana Perino, and are you following her, subscribing to her podcast that Rich was on? Thank you, Rich. So just updating you really quick, Dan has some great audio in 1 sec. But just to update you, we have a local law enforcement officer shot, still recovering. He was recovering as of this morning at Temple University Hospital. But this is the case for our law enforcement. Philadelphia Highway Patrol officer shot by this suspect, who then fled a traffic stop. So he has since been released from Temple. So this happened last evening. Crazy situation, but what they're not saying here, and that's one of the headlines here, you hear, oh, somebody was shot, treated and released, shot in the hand, he's going to be okay. Well, wait a minute. Have you ever been shot, whether you're shot in the hand? Now, he was shot in the chest, okay? The reason he's alive today is, and thank God, is that he was wearing his bulletproof vest, and that protected him and most likely saved his life. But I know for a fact from multiple individuals that his chest is badly bruised. So just because the bullet didn't, pierce your heart and kill you, he's got a bruise. That shows you the impact and how close you came within a second of your life. But he's shot in the hand, and, they all line up as he's then, released from Temple University Hospital. I just pray every day for our law enforcement officers. But this is a Philadelphia Highway Patrol officer. I love their leather jackets, too. They look so good. Look so fabulous. Hercules in their uniforms. But I digress.
Hey, now.
I don't mean to be inappropriate or anything like that. But in any event, the suspect, here's the weird piece of this, and we don't have an ID on him, but he, and this was not a shootout situation, okay? This was the police answering this, but this guy ended up, they say, with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So this guy took his own life. So we have to figure out what the heck was going on here. But the officer, thank God, surviving that one. All right, let's go back to Doge. So I see, as we updated you on Tulsi Gabbard, now we have the Doge subcommittee, War on Waste. We have a lot breaking this morning. So Dan, I know, has been monitoring all of this for us.
Yeah, as you can imagine, it's been a very contentious hearing there over Doge, and some of the contention coming from Jasmine Crockett, who's really blasted onto the scene as a star for the Democrats, it seems. Take a listen.
I understand that we want everything to be perfect, and if we could get all waste, fraud, and abuse out, that would be fantastic. But let me talk about the big numbers. The big numbers are on that side. When we look at, say, our entire workforce, our federal workforce, as we're trying to somehow fire all of them, they don't even make up a total of 5%. It's even less than that when we look at our budget. But let's talk about defense. That just happens to be the same side of the ledger that Mr. Musk gets the vast majority of his money from. In fact, at the same time that they were unlawfully, and we will stay in court, because on this side, we believe in law and order. We believe in, a number of us are actually lawyers, but nevertheless, we understand the Constitution. We believe in that as well.
What is she saying? So first of all, let's say this. Elon Musk answered that in the Oval Office with the president. We've played a lot of that audio for you today, starting at 6 o'clock in the morning, and Dan played more that he found. But a piece of this, Elon Musk answered yesterday in detail, where he said full transparency, everything about my business, it's all out there, every number, everything. So that's number one, Elon Musk, transparency. Number two, what did she say about 5%, Dan? 5% of...
Yeah, I can go back to that.
Because it's not 5% of the, sale item on Amazon. We're not talking about like $5 here. 5% of...
Less than that when we look at our budget. But let's talk about defense. That just happens to be the same side of the ledger.
Sorry about that.
That numbers. The big numbers are on that side. When we look at, say, our entire workforce, our federal workforce, as we're trying to somehow fire all of them, they don't even make up a total of 5%. It's even less than that when we look at our budget. But let's talk about...
So, what's the federal budget is what, close to $7 trillion? I don't know about you. I guess that's chump change. 5% of $7 trillion. Dude, would you take that money? She doesn't even know math, this lady. But 5%, I'll take that chunk of cash. That's bigger than most lottery jackpots, right? And then you think about what they're looking at as far as the deficit is not quite $2 trillion. So it was like anywhere between, it's like 1.79 trillion, as I recall, is the deficit. So if you think about it, what they're trying to just cut right up, what they're trying to lob off is about 2 trillion in total waste. Not anything that we are not even going to feel. The people who are going to feel it are people doing dopey studies for, DEI, education, blah, blah, blah studies, patronage jobs, getting hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars. And so what Doge and what the Trump administration, every time I hear them speak about this, they're saying they're confident they can just lob off $2 trillion in government waste, and none of us are going to feel it. This is not aid to starving people or touching any of your services that you and I pay for. And in fact, what they're saying is, number one, we all deserve the transparency. We deserve audits. We deserve to know where every single tax dollar that they're taking, extracting out of our paychecks and your hard-earned money over all of your adult life, you should be able to track exactly where that money is going. That's what they're saying. Transparency. Am I wrong here? 855-839-1210. Got a break. More on the other side. Be right back.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You know, that's crazy things like we just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone who's 150? I don't. Okay. They should be on the Guinness Book of World Records. They're missing out.
They're missing out.
So, you know, that's a case where, like, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess. Or they should be very famous.
So Elon Musk, and this was all coming out of the Oval Office yesterday as he was answering reporters' questions, and they took questions for, I don't know, I think it was a good half hour or so, transparency, but having a little, you can see his dry sense of humor, that they're missing out. He speaks very quickly, maybe you miss it a little bit, and then his little boy, X, what a cutie pie, 4 years old, as he's out there. But yeah, I mean, you know, you think of $6+ trillion that they can just shave off, and you have that dingbat with her 6-inch nails that she doesn't. I kind of envy that. I mean, can you imagine how she can't even do anything. You couldn't clean house. You couldn't drive practically with those long fingernails that woman has. But she's saying, well, it's only 5% of our budget. Oh, well, that's about $6 trillion. I'll take that 5%.
You want more from her?
She's an idiot. All right.
Actually lawyers, but nevertheless, we understand the Constitution. We believe in that as well.
We do too.
And so there's things such as,
transparency,
you know, empowerment, right? Because as Mr. Whitson said, he said we need to return the power of the purse to Congress. It never left. According to the Constitution, that's where it's at. Now, I know that people are confused right now because for whatever reason, we had a guy that went in, and you talk about people invading our data. Listen, people said that they were upset about TikTok, but I'm upset about the guy that runs Twitter, who for sure is doing nefarious things, because I don't understand. If you are trying to conduct audits and figure out where the waste, fraud, and abuse is, I don't know why you would go to some tech guy. In fact, it was only techies that were sitting there at inauguration. We didn't have auditors. I would welcome auditors to come in and do forensic audits. In fact, he sat there in the Oval Office yesterday, and he admitted that he was lying, and he was using his propaganda machine to do it when he said that we sent millions of dollars to Gaza for condoms.
Okay, stop
that
it
was
right
a
there,
lie.
because it was not a lie, and he spoke about this, and we played it. But this is the kind of manipulation of the truth. She's the liar, and where's the purse? The purse never left. Blah, blah, blah. Well, the money left. But in essence, what Elon Musk did say was that he had, I guess, tweeted out the money for the condoms. $50 million went for condoms. That is a fact. It went to Africa. It's called the Gaza province in Mozambique. Okay. So when he said it went to Gaza, it was actually the Gaza province in Mozambique, not Gaza as in Hamas. Okay.
That's what you say. Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be correct.
Very transparent.
So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes. I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million worth of condoms to anywhere.
Thank you.
Frankly,
$50
I'm not
million.
sure that's something Americans would be really excited about. And that is really an enormous number of condoms if you think about it.
I mean, what's the average cost of a condom? Is this like the toilet seat, that's normally like $40 and then or $30 and then it's the government toilet seat that's like $200. What are we paying, first of all, for these? Who's making the condoms and how? I'm going to go there because $50 million worth of condoms, that's a whole lot of condoms, right? First of all, but why are we paying for somebody's condom over in another continent? It's crazy. $50 million. It's ridiculous. You're not answering me.
No, because I'm pulling it up on the
average cost of a condom.
CVS app. No, I'm looking at it. It's $31.99 for a 36 count. So let's say, we can say it's about $1 a condom, right? Then.
Well, this says they're about $1 each.
Yeah.
Boxes of 3 go for about $2 to $6. I mean, whatever. I don't want to pay for somebody else's condom.
It's 50 million condoms.
50 million. That's crazy. That is nuts. But anyway, so she now is going to be quoted all over the media. Oh, he lied. He didn't lie. He did say 50 million went to condoms. That's the truth.
The population of Gaza province of Mozambique was 1,422,000.
Well, that's a lot of hoo-ha, I guess.
50 for each person.
I mean, look, I understand, fighting AIDS is an important thing, but $50 million in condoms to one specific little area, it's crazy. It's all crazy, and they know it. And that's why they're losing. I look up all morning, Dan's monitoring this, and I see those people testifying, and I see the Republicans, and they're listening, and they're talking, and then I see the Democrats, and they're like, you see their arms, they're gyrating, they're just freaking out. That's what this is. It's a Democrat freak out because they don't know what to do. So the only thing they know to do is to say, danger to democracy. Yeah, that's the ticket. Constitutional crisis.
Literally, I'm just like without words. Inflation is going up. You want to raise the debt ceiling by $4 trillion. You want to gut Medicare.
Nobody's gutting Medicare. Nobody's touching Medicaid.
Going after Social Security.
Not going after that. That's a lie.
I mean, really, what the heck is going on here?
What the heck is going on here?
To take down Elon Musk as a businessman. This dude is literally breaking the law inside of the federal government. And for a party that is supposed to be the party of law and order,
what law?
in quotes,
what law did he break?
I really do not see you
Please
holding
tell
him
us,
accountable
lawmaker.
and doing your most basic constitutional responsibility.
That's Melanie Stansbury, Democrat of New Mexico.
Say the law. What law did they break? Which law? They can't say it because it doesn't exist. They just don't like Doge. They don't like being held accountable. And we, the people, we got scammed, and now we know about it. Dom Giordano is in the house. Hey,
well,
Dom.
I've added somebody great to my list. That woman from New Mexico that you just played. I've been taking notes on this.
Ugh.
And she said something I'm going to take listeners back on. I was broadcasting from from Wall Street, right over the stock market. Shaka Vitale on the show. And he tried to claim, why are you against the federal budget, federal employees? Your Navy SEALs, Dom, are federal employees. And that set people off to a level. This woman today say, well, we're just trying to pay the soldiers.
Oh.
Right. This is the old Dodge. And Donald Norcross steps up and drops the F-bomb along with a soccer mom yesterday.
Oh, my goodness. A great Dom show just ahead.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Jeff and Drew on the show today. Our buddy Bill Donahue from the Catholic League about the Pope and J.D. Vance. And the Inquirer has a surprising guy that they say should be the secret star on Friday among the Eagles speakers. And if all goes according to plan, and I think it is, Dan, right? We're going to be right there at the foot of the art museum. Seems to be, if we can make it there, etc. So we'll have all that for you throughout the show. Just a little side, it's not the side question. Players will engage in profanity. I mean, Jason Kelsey was electric, but there was a lot of profanity there. Are you okay with that for kids? I was thinking of putting that up on Twitter. I think most people are going to try to avoid the question, but deep down, I think they would say for this, they might be. 855-839-1210, or would you still object? How old does a kid have to be? before you go, all right, yeah, it's a one-time thing, once in a millennia here, winning the Super Bowl. I remember when Chase Utley did it, though, and people went nuts because it was out of the blue. I mean, it was just gratuitous, and Utley had to know no one was prepared for that, and he went off. And I think the Phillies were kind of embarrassed, and it was a moment that everybody talked about. When Kelsey did it, though, not as much. That's 2008 to 2017. You can see how times change. It will be interesting to see what happens on that. All right. Want to begin, though. Yesterday, well, Dawn and Dan were just talking about this a new star, this obnoxious Democrat from New Mexico, Stansbury. And something jumped out at me. I was prepared with this. I'm just ready for it. When she said, why are these people attacking our friends, federal workers, and all this money spent? You know why we're attacking. Not all federal work. You know why we're doing it. We see them as out of control. They answer to no one. They refuse to come back from home into the workforce. They're overpaid. They're in the administrative state pushing papers and telling the rest of us what to do. Now, it's not just the average federal worker. It's the whole system. So that triggered my mind to yesterday. Donald Norcross, what a guy. Brother under indictment for everything in the world of insider type of stuff, up and down, multi-millionaire. And he's lecturing Trump and us yesterday about unions. Democrats sang the union song yesterday, too. I'll play you that. But I want to go back a few years. I'm not sure even how many. We had the idea, let's broadcast from the balcony overlooking the stock market. And I got to say to you, it wasn't exciting. There wasn't people running up and down, buy, sell, and all this. It was very digitized, and not a lot seemed to be happening. I don't know if there's another place where it happens, Dan, but it wasn't crazy. I was with Steve Cardasco, who was our chief financial guy, financial guru. He still is. And he went nuts. Even more before I could jump in, we had to almost restrain him. We had Congressman Shaka Fatah on. He hadn't gone to jail yet. We didn't know about everything yet, although we suspected it. And you're going to hear he and me, we're debating about the federal government, bloated, and all this stuff, just what we're talking about today. And he says something along the lines, I don't remember the exact phrasing. When you hear it, I'll hear it again. About
when there was an attack on New York, we didn't wait for the private sector to respond. It was the government. Those SEALs were government employees when they went in and killed bin Laden. So the government worked hand in hand.
Congressman, can I just interrupt, though?
With the private sector.
Okay, fair enough. But you know what, Congressman, when you call the SEALs government employees, I have to tell you, with our listeners, I would tell you that they're calling right now. They find that offensive.
Well, I don't think that the SEALs do when they get their paycheck.
You can't make this up, can you, Dan? Steve Cardasco was rabid. Ed Palladino, the then program director, and we had to calm him down. We had to put ice packs on him at that point. And he kept on doubling down. All the while, he was part of this corrupt empire here and went to jail, and so did his son, ultimately. So is he right about that? Well, technically. And when Democrats do this, they think they're slick, like this woman did and some of them did yesterday. This gets people enraged more. You mean to say a Navy SEAL or anybody in the military is the same as these pointy-headed paper pushers bothering us? How about those federal employees? Elon Musk was right about this. They keep the federal records like retirement in a mine shaft at a limestone factory in Pennsylvania. Dan, did you happen to see that in Royers, Pennsylvania? Henry, you happen to see it?
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
He was. I thought, oh, come on. This guy's going off. The kid's climbing up his back there. Hey, and by the way, I didn't think that Elon Musk was in the power position and Trump was not. I see Trump over there writing something. Yeah, let him talk. He looked to me like a kid bringing in, guess what we did this week? And the teacher sitting at the desk just politely letting him rattle on. I didn't think he was in the power position. You know, when a person stands up, it doesn't mean they're necessarily in the power position. If I thought he was, I would say he was.
It looks like a classroom presentation.
Exactly, because Dan, you know what Trump did when I took that photo with him in the Oval Office? You've seen it. Mm-hmm. He sat down at the Resolute desk with each one of us, and we had to stand at attention next to him. Now, I did see the viaduct in his head And I was admiring, it was like the ancient Romans. How in the world does he possibly get the hair with all these? There's like chambers of turning and twisting. It's like a wave just in the back of it. You can't help but notice it. Yeah, I wasn't in the power position because I'm standing there smiling in the picture. Trump is sitting at the Oval Office. He's in the power position.
At the same time, though, he is on the same level as the child. So, it's, you know. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, but no, I think it's like a classroom presentation.
Yeah. YouTube.com/@12WPHT. Take a watch.
And then we were told, this is actually, I think, a great anecdote, because we were told that the most number of people that could retire possibly in a month is 10,000. We're like, well, why is that? Well, because all the retirement paperwork is manual on paper. It's manually calculated, then written down on a piece of paper. Then it goes down a mine. And like, what do you mean a mine? Like, yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork. And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. So it looks like it's like a time warp. And then the speed, the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine shaft elevator can move determines how many people can retire from the federal government. And the elevator breaks down and then sometimes, and then nobody can retire.
Well, the last part about the elevator, that was a little bit grandiose, but it was on point. It's a limestone factory mine. That's where they're keeping all of it underground.
Now we have finally a new reason to use this, Dom.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, who can make this up? And apparently everybody knew about it. Nobody said anything until we came along.
Steve in accounting has turned 72. He would like to retire. Can you help us out there?
Yeah, get Bloomberg on that. Yeah. A limestone mine. Don't. You see these guys going down in the elevator with miners' hats on. Let's put that retirement thing over here. Okay. So this idea that Democrats are going to glom onto it. Yesterday, union guy extraordinaire and this woman from Oregon, I think, they now think to get their base rallied up, they should drop the F-bomb on Trump. Now, a little backstory with Donald Norcross that I'm really proud of. This ingrate, this guy, at a Mannion event, wants to have a fist fight there. I told the story many times. I mean, who are these people? And does he really believe Norcross? You can come on the show, Donald. Does he really believe that the average union member, like the building trades guys that are Eagles fans that you're going to see on Friday, are they in lockstep with these people in the Pentagon? Are they really in lockstep with teachers' unions, or do they put up with it for, added power? These people remind me, the Pentagon, the federal workers of the teachers' unions. I don't think these other unions support them. And the bottom line is this. Norcross maybe can't admit it. He's got to know it, though. Trump has broken through with many people that are in unions. Not teachers' unions, not the federal workers' unions, but the actual union people who work hard as far as laborers, building trades, and all that. Trump has broken through with them. So here is first Donald Norcross, the congressman from Camden, and this female from Oregon who was told she had 30 seconds, so she's got to drop the F-bomb on Trump. Is this effective for people? Are these people serious? Here's how it sounded.
I want to thank my friends of nature for, perfect summary of what we are about. Because you can't have one without the other. We are completely intertwined. And not coincidentally, but our country and our civil service are threatened by the very same people. A pro-apartheid South Africa billionaire that is determined to do to the United States what he did to Twitter. Turn it into an X-rated obscenity. What do you say about that? No! Now, only in America can you be called a business genius when you borrow and spend $44 billion and lost 80% of it. Trust me, he's no genius. And we are threatened by a president who thinks he's a king. or maybe a mob boss, or maybe both, and violates the law and the Constitution without a thought. Members of Congress, we ask you to stand up and support and defend the civil service and this country.
Let me pause there just for a second, Dan. So this guy linking these federal employees and the country, as if the country says, if these people are at risk, I'm at risk from Trump. Could you really believe that? How do you wake up and convince yourself of that? I'm not saying they're hated. Well, maybe I am. But they're not something the country is going to get aroused by. All right, now we move on to Norcross and the woman.
Please stand up for your power of the purse and stop this president from canceling programs you authorized and funded, you approved. It needs to stop. Members of Congress, support and defend the laws you enacted. Demand that the executive branch do the same, and demand the executive branch uphold every collective bargaining agreement and enforce every single one of them.
All right. I still haven't heard Norcross here, though, Dan. Do we have him on the next?
Trying to find that, Dom. One sec. Here's
okay.
Another female as well.
I've been told I have 30 seconds, so I am going to tell you.
She's right after him, yeah.
That we do have to. I don't swear in public very well, but we have to Trump. Please don't tell my children that I just did that. And then we're going to pass, probably not, but I have got the Stop Musk Act, which is my first bill.
All right, so we'll get to Norcross here. Also saying the same thing. That was the script yesterday. That's where we have to go. And then a rousing edition of the Union song. All right, so do they represent, is America actually going to be upset by this? And the blank Trump stuff, is that effective? Does that rally? Does that get people off their back? They're not doing enough here toward Trump? Or are these people just in a bubble, continuing to flounder around looking for a way to oppose Trump? Now, the smarter ones realize they have a better shot going after Musk. You can see that. Than they do going after Trump. So occasionally they wander into that with Musk. But this idea that America is going to be roused by these federal workers and that all these union types are in this together, America's not going to be roused by them. They're not going to be roused by the teachers' unions. I blame the teachers' unions. You probably do for a lot of the stuff they did during COVID. You might like your kid's teacher, but the teacher unions type. We played you Betsy Pringle. We played you Weingarten. They're not rallying anything. They're anathema. They're radioactive to a lot of Americans, and so are the federal government employees. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that I need you to do is just push pound 1210. Now, let me give you the side question today. We're going to talk to Bill Donahue at 1230. A lot of action yesterday on Vance and the Pope. Today is National Tourism Day. So you got to think outside the box on this. Don't, it's all in the compelling call. I think I have a couple that are pretty Philadelphia. We want to know, where would you take someone's coming from out of town? That you want to show them something unique, different, something really good about the Philadelphia area. Include the Jersey Shore in that and the suburbs, all right? Just so we give you a wide berth. Dan, I would say take them to an Eagles game is one that would be a pretty good thing to do.
Yeah,
a little bit different.
Expensive, though. A little bit.
Okay. Now it's expensive. Well, I'm thinking the cheaper
You know what?
seats.
Everything's expensive because even my suggestion's really expensive now.
And I would say this is a grabber. Outside the box, but I took row there, I'll admit it. Pretty crazy. The Mutter Museum. Over on 22nd.
Oh, yeah, you showed her a giant colon on your first day.
Yes, yeah, we did.
Nice.
It's over there, 22nd and Market. It's the Museum of Medical Oddities.
Yeah, take a look at this giant.
Yes, okay, yeah.
No thanks.
It's all there. It's all there. All right, so the Mutter Museum, put that on your list. Give it a try. If you've been, you know what I mean. Dan, what's yours?
How about the Franklin Institute, Dom? I'm going to take that one off. And I really take it for granted because you grow up going there on field trips and such, but then moving out of the area, you go out to, like Indiana and such. They don't really have anything like in the exhibits that were offered there. So bring the kids or bring the families to the Franklin Institute, but man, is it expensive now.
Yep, I can't even imagine. All right, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, so you guys took more Philly local. I'm going to take you on a trip to Chester County. How about that? Let's start in the north with a hidden gem that is St. Peter's Village. St. Peter's Village is built off of French Creek. It has a lot of giant boulders in this ravine that the town, kind of lies across. It's very cool for taking your kids, exploring a little bit. There's a lot of woods to climb, travel through. It's a very nice experience if you've ever been there. And then we'll go south. We'll go a little weird here, get a little conspiratorial. There's an unnamed road. Some call it Cosart Road. Some people call it Devil's Road out in the southern part of Chester County in Chadds Ford. It's called the Devil's Road. An interesting thing about this road is that all the trees bend away from the road in a very eerie manner. Every single one down the whole thing. And allegedly, the house that is on this road is home to Satanists or the KKK or maybe even the DuPonts. Who knows? That's the rumor about this house, but no one really knows. Yeah, those three, group those three together, right?
Well, that's one of my favorite stories, when the DuPont guy went nuts with his own version of a tank and started firing away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you don't know what kind of crazy people are living on Devil's Road.
Okay. Those are good. Mr. Chester County. All right. That's what we're looking for. Also, this attack now on other Republicans, let's say it's Mitt Romney. Would it work making Mitt Romney a guy in a top hat who's anti-working people union? Sure. The broader thing is, after Trump, I don't see J.D. Vance or these other guys being able to beat this type of thing back. You can kid yourself and say they can. This is the Democrats' whole card that they're playing, and you can't do it with Trump. He's a different persona. He's bonded. I'm looking at a survey today, NBC survey, 42% of African-American males give Trump very favorable ratings. 42%. No Republicans coming near that. So he's broken through, and they still went back to the playbook yesterday, and they added the F-bomb to it. All right, 855-839-1210.
Yes, I do. Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station.
Thank you to everyone over there at 1210. You guys are the voice of reason. There's just so much nonsense that's being spilled out by the mainstream media and the left. You guys are a fresh voice, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate the call. Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station. The voice of reason and also of hairy balls. There you go. We cover it all here, folks. Nice work out of Jerry.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. Mark this one down. I just saw it breaking, and this is not going to stand. We got to put pressure on these people. Cincinnati Children's Hospital. Now, I don't know what the policy of Philadelphia Children's Hospital is. And by the way, I used to be the biggest cheerleader for them. Luke spent time in there. We told that story many times when he was 18 months. But their nonsense over so-called gender-affirming care, I'm off it. It's unforgivable. But Cincinnati Children's Hospital denies a child a heart transplant because that child isn't vaccinated for COVID due to religious beliefs. I don't have the age of the kid, but it's a child. So, let's not get in the weeds here. I'm guessing 5, 6, 7 or younger. They can't do a heart transplant because that child is not vaccinated for COVID. Wow. This is the type of stuff that still we're seeing the remnants of this battle. All right, so here's Donald Norcross yesterday, Democrat, brother of George Norcross. Now keep that in mind, the brother, right? And their control of South Jersey and beyond. And their nerve of going after Trump as some kind of guy who's an oligarch or something. And I would say George Norcross is a pretty good king across South Jersey. And Donald Norcross opens up on, he's from Jersey, so he knows what Trump's about.
Thank you. Hey. All right, how we doing? Thank you. Let me diverge, give you some happy news. The Eagles won the Super Bowl. Go Birds!
Wonder if he'll be at the parade, Dan. Bring him over to the
work.
booth.
Well, listen, on behalf of the Labor Caucus, we want to say we are with you. We have Liz Schuler out there from the AFL. All working people are with you. So 10 years ago, from last month, I was a construction worker. I'm an electrician by trade. I work for the IBW. So why does that matter? Atlantic City, we had a guy called Donald Trump. We fought with him for 10 years. I can tell you, you can't make ugly pretty. And I'll tell you, I'm from Jersey, so I look a little differently. I say, fuck Trump!
Strong words there from Mr. Norcross.
Yeah, and blank Dom Giordano, too, and he's not 6'1". Where can I fight that guy? I wonder if he'll be at the parade, Dan. Your job would be to bring him over to where we are so we can get his take on the Eagles and also on Trump. Might happen. Who knows? All right, so the Democrats ended singing a union song. Just want to play maybe 30 seconds of that and make a point about that in this spectacle yesterday. Here is the singing protesters, cut 20.
1 sec, Dom. We're moving.
Yeah, okay, sure. Take your time.
Here you go.
Okay.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? We'll fight against Doge. We'll fight Elon Musk.
Oh, God.
No Elon's kept within our walls. We'll fight from dawn to dusk. Oh, which side are
Okay,
you on?
got the flavor of it. Now,
Which side are you on?
I like that. I like that about this Democrat who led that. At least it's not phony. Which side are you on? I'll admit it. I mean, I like taking sides. I don't like this phony, there are certain big things where we're not unified on. And we're certainly not unified with letting people continue to recklessly spend money to be putting up the battle to prevent an audit for the American people of sending condoms to Mozambique. It is now. We were wrong. It wasn't Gaza, but maybe Gaza too. The USAID funded that terrorists that President Obama ultimately had blown up in Yemen. And I supported Obama for doing that. Scabby, yeah.
What is going on?
All right. Yeah, tell me, which side are you on? There's nothing wrong with sides. Oh, we can't have that. We're supposed to be unified.
I wonder what side they're on.
Yeah, right. Well, that's the thing. Which side are they on? What are they defending here? Even the unions, even so-called Donald Norcross working people, they support Trump. That's what the last election was about. Yeah, I mean, you can play all the union drapery you want. It's not working. Okay. It's a good song. It definitely is a good song.
Oh, when Pete Seeger sings it,
yeah.
not this woman.
But it's in context, too. Back in the day, a brutalization of laborers and all that, I think most people look at history and say, yeah, this was all wrong. That's why we had unions. What happened to unions, though? Well, they've lost their way, by and large. They're more like the teachers' union. They're more like the federal workers' unions. Those aren't legitimate gripes. What legitimate gripes are the teachers fighting for? To stay out of school longer during COVID? No. Yeah, so Pete Seeger versus, they couldn't get Pete Seeger yesterday. They got Donald Norcross instead. Boy, it takes a lot to stand up there, given the Norcross background, and be attacking Trump. Let's go to Andy in Glassboro. All right, Andy.
Which side are you on, Andy?
Which side, Andy, are you on here? Come on, buddy. What side are you on?
Well, I'm calling in from the People's Republic of South Jersey.
Yes.
And Donnie Norcross, unfortunately, is my congressperson. And for some reason, he believes that using the F word as a resident of New Jersey shows the high intellect that everyone in the state has.
Well,
and
yeah,
I'd
mean, wanting to fist fight at a solemn occasion for Travis Mannion, that must be the Jersey way, too. I'm not a Jersey guy. I'm a South Philly guy, so I must have missed the memo on that.
As I was, Dom, as I was. But I'd like to relate a story, and I think it would be something for Mr. Norcross to take to heart. Many years ago, I had a son in my car, one of my sons in my car. We stopped pulling into my development, and a neighbor leaned in. It was a great guy, a really great guy. Very wealthy guy now as well, and he was self-made. And he started using the F word in every conceivable way. It was an adverb, a verb, an adjective. You name it, and my 10-year-old son sitting there, he starts to smile. And I look at this guy, and I said, John. And he looks at me, and he laughs, and he's, hey, all right. So then I had a little discussion with my son, and I said, there's nothing wrong with what he says. I says, Mr. So-and-so, I said, that's part of the vocabulary, and you're going to find that people use it. And there's a certain time to use it. But once you use it, always try to find some other way to say what you want to say for exclamation. It just shows your lack of intelligence. That's all. And I think that's what Norcross did there. He just shows that he's an idiot. And he says that he thinks he represents all people in New Jersey. He should take a ride up to Princeton's campus. Let them know that he represents the type of intellect that you'll find in New Jersey.
All right. And, Andy, what's your answer to the side today?
I'll tell you, if I was bringing somebody in, and we've done it, we'll drive into Philly, go through the areas leading through the city, and out the Benjamin Franklin Parkway, up Riverview, up Boathouse Row, turn around up there, come back down the expressway where you see the city and you see Boathouse Row. It's a great picture of the city.
Great view.
Great view, absolutely. And the lights, once had them for a blue Thursday when the number of police were shot. They put the lights blue that night. So it's iconic in that way, without a doubt. All right. Which side is Bill Donahue, the head of the Catholic League, on? He's next to kind of separate J.D. Vance and Pope Francis. Hey, first, Musk. All right. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue's omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue February Special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils are buy one, get one free, exclusively for our listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't forget that code OMEGA, OMEGA 50, when you buy one bottle of Rescue Omega 3s to get a second bottle free. Again, use that code OMEGA 50. Fortify your heart and support that well-being with a Rescue Omega 3.
Which side are you on?
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Meet Nick Cale and Dawn Stensland at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. Now back to the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Top 10 guests of mine over the years in talk radio. That's heavy-duty country. Always delivers. You can have a beer with him and then maybe argue over something philosophical or not. He's the head of the Catholic League. The one and only Bill Donahue joins us again in Philadelphia. Hey, Bill, welcome in.
Well, welcome to you. And, boy, you guys won a big victory there, didn't you?
Absolutely. Well, you know, Bill, I don't know if you're a Giants fan, but when we have the parade on Friday, we're going to be doing our side question, one-sided deals. We got to thank the Giants.
Yeah, well, you can thank Joe Schoen, the general manager, who stupidly said, well, we don't need running backs because they don't count anymore in football.
Well, you know what? The Eagles believe that, though, Bill. Fair point. At least we were told they believed it. And then someone talked Howie Roseman into sanity And suddenly the rest of the NFL understands you have a guy like Saquon Barkley anywhere near that, that's a big weapon.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, it was such a crushing victory for them. It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Bill, we now have a Catholic in J.D. Vance, someone who became a Catholic, was not raised a Catholic. And I think, I don't know about the theology, but making a point here in the middle of the immigration crisis, if I could break it down, that, of course, you look with generosity first to your family members. That's a normal human instinct. It doesn't mean you're shunning the rest of the world, then you move out. And the Pope feels that's worthy of a letter to the bishops on this.
Yeah, well, quite frankly, the Pope is wrong. I don't normally say that. And he got that information from Father Martin, who's the big LGBTQ advocate. First of all, both Martin and the Pope are wrong to go after Vance because what he said about the Good Samaritan. He never said a word about the Good Samaritan. It had nothing to do with it whatsoever. What he was talking about was St. Augustine in his concept of ordo amoris. That is to say, love set in proper order. Now, Vance is not saying that the Good Samaritan idea, that your neighbor is everybody, shouldn't be the object of your love. He's simply saying that the beginning of it ought to be those closest to you. That's what St. Augustine said. So I think there's a lot of people getting ahead of their skis on this. And quite frankly, the woman whom I wrote a book about defending her from her critics, because Christopher Hitchens and a few others, Mother Teresa, I think she said it better than Vance, better than the Pope, Martin, or anyone. Quote, "It is easy to love those who live far away. It is not always easy to love those who live right next to us."
Boy, Bill,
isn't
that a great, I'm not using spin derogatorily on this, that, yeah, it's easy to say love this because you don't see them. You don't see their frailties. You don't see when they disappoint you, when they let you down and all, and your love has to conquer that.
Yes, and in the most radical extension, I'm not attributing this to the Pope, but at the most radical extension of what he's saying, I think is downright dangerous. And I say this as a sociologist. I know what Marx and Rousseau are to the left. They're their intellectual heroes. They're responsible for the deaths of, in the case of Marx, of about 150 million people. They loved the whole world, both Rousseau and Marx. Rousseau had 5 illegitimate children, never supported them, never even gave them a name. Marx impregnated his maid, pretty nice for a communist, impregnated his maid and never supported Freddie. And in fact, Engels, his colleague, on his deathbed admitted that kid was actually called Marx's. He assumed paternity. But they loved the whole world. See, that's what I'm saying is dangerous. It's always easy to love those people, like Mother Teresa says, who are far away. They're faceless people. What about the people right? Let's just begin in your own family and then extend outwards. No, Vance got it right, and he took it right out of St. Augustine.
Bill, did you ever meet Mother Teresa?
No, I did not, and that was my loss. I wrote a book about taking on her critics, and I love her. She, to me, is the greatest role model I've ever seen in my life for men and for women alike.
Yeah, and just, how many people, when you say mother before their name, we know exactly who's coming after that. I mean, I have to check out that book because I don't know enough about her. Bill, the other thing with the Pope, we get this linchpin of human dignity. I didn't see a lot of those language directed to the bishops vis-a-vis Biden and the abortion issue, and this issue of illegal immigration and deporting criminal aliens, at least at this point, that's not undignified. That's not transgressing on any of that.
Well, the Pope did grant that latter one on that to some extent. But, you're right in what you say. And quite frankly, what Vance was saying, and nobody picked up on it, he says a lot of the far left has completely inverted this whole idea about love. They seem to hate the citizens of their own country and care more about people outside their own borders. Well, that's absolutely true. The left hates America. That's not a secret. Just go on their websites. The Nation, all these left-wing, Mother Jones, there's no end to them. Slate, Salon, we look at them every day. We know what they stand for. So all he's simply saying is don't tell us about this. And the Vatican, of course, just recently in December, they increased the penalties for anybody who crashes their border, their wall.
Yeah.
They increased the penalties in December. Well, we have borders too.
Yeah, it is. It is just stunning to me, Bill, to see that play out. So, what are you looking at now? What are you writing about now? What's the Catholic League's main focus?
Well, I am very excited about what happened last Thursday. President Trump came out and said he's going to start a presidential commission on religious liberty. And specifically, he said that Attorney General Pam Bondi, who I think is a great human being, she's going to be in charge of a task force to investigate anti-Christian bias in the federal government. Well, there's no organization in the country which has more troves of documents on this subject than the Catholic League. We are, at this moment, the staff is preparing a boatload of documents that we will put in order to give to Pam Bondi, and we're going to work cooperatively with them. Now, I'm not saying there haven't been Republicans who have been anti-Catholic. There have been, but they are dwarfed by the number of Democrats. I am an independent, for the record. I was a Democrat and I was a Republican. I'm happily independent now for over 30 years. But my point is this. Unfortunately, it began with the Clinton administration. Don't take my word for it. Ray Flynn, the former mayor of Boston, who was the U.S. ambassador to the Holy See, complained about anti-Catholicism in the Clinton administration. But the real problems began with Obama and then taken to new heights with the, quote, devout Catholic president, Joe Biden.
Why?
So
why, Bill, would they be going after Catholics? You know, you think we settled that with Kennedy and we moved on for a period. Why are we reverting? What is it?
The Biden administration was at war with anybody who accepts a more orthodox understanding of Christianity. That would mean evangelicals. It certainly would mean Roman Catholics. They weren't going after dissident Catholics. They were going after practicing Catholics, and they're going after the ones in the pew. Why? Because they tend to be pro-life overwhelmingly, and they understand that sex is binary. All right? There's only a man and a woman. There's no third, no fourth, no 59, no, you know. So they regard those people as the enemy, which is why they stuck the FBI on them. Now, I've written to Jim Jordan on many occasions, and his staff has been cooperative with us. We've got a lot of documentation on this. We can't let this go on. I mean, now we deal with all aspects of society. This commission the president set up with Pam Bondi is going to be the task force chair on anti-Christian bias. That's going to just extend to the federal government. We know about the state, the local government. We know what's going on in Hollywood, in the media, the arts, education. But we're only going to deal with the federal government there. And unfortunately, remember, when I was a kid growing up, every Catholic in the neighborhood was a Democrat. They would never join the Republicans. That was for Protestants. And now, of course, what's happened is everything's been inverted. That inversion took place in the late 60s and the early 1970s, so that by 1980, the pro-abortion party was no longer the Republicans. It became the Democrats, and vice versa. It was very interesting to see what happened in that kind of an intellectual somersault of the 1970s.
Bill, I'm so glad that you're going to be involved with the Bondi thing and that Bondi's involved with that too. Are you part of the committee or you're just going to be strategizing with them?
I'm just going to be strategizing. I haven't been named. They're in the very beginning stage. I don't even think they have their own committee set up themselves. But they said they're going to be reaching out to organizations. And since there's no organization in the country which documents this for a living better than the Catholic League, obviously we're going to be in touch. They know who I am.
Good. So, Bill, where do we go for the Catholic League?
Just simply go to the website, CatholicLeague.org. CatholicLeague, one word, .org, O-R-G.
Thank you, Bill. Thanks as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Bill Donahue here on Talk Radio 1210. Right out of the box. The Pope is wrong. A lot of action on that yesterday. Not one person thinks, and Donahue put it beautifully there, Mother Teresa, right? Who would be out of step with Pope Francis. For me, who do I think's closer to God? Well, I think Mother Teresa is a little closer than Joe Biden and Pope Francis. But the idea of what Vance was saying, that this Pope sends a letter to the bishops to have them enforce this, that somehow or another it has to do with illegal immigration. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us with something or someplace you would take someone you're bringing to this area. Include the Jersey Shore, include all that in there. It's National Tourism Day. All right, we have more from the Democrats yesterday coming up, and a new idea that makes a lot of sense, America's checkbook, where we could actually see what the Department of Treasury is spending. I hope Trump bites on it and does it. All right, that's on the Dom Giordano Show.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Rita in North Philadelphia. She's got thoughts on a couple of issues.
Reason why they don't let the children go to school after the Super Bowl, most of those parents, a lot of them, not all, are drunk.
Being drunk is absolutely true. What's up, Frank?
I'm on duty right now with you guys.
Nice.
I never drank in my entire life when I was working for 4 companies.
You don't drink on duty, you just call talk radio while you're on duty. You have a lot of duties to fulfill.
Duty.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into crash-proof retirement for better growth and protection. With the crash-proof retirement system, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have crash-proof retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street singing songs and a carrying signs.
All right, that's, I guess, a Democrat reference here. Big parade on Friday. We'll be in the center ring right there near the Art Museum. How's the bathroom situation, Dan? I didn't get a chance to talk with you before the show.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's going to be...
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm there starting at 5 a.m.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm going to be skipping my morning routine, so...
Oh, yeah, well, that's it.
By noon, I'm sure.
Oh, maybe before. All right, we got to work that out before we can work in those. Maybe we have to get Donald Norcross over. That seems anti our rights to be working at. All right, a couple of things. One, I'll get into this at 1 o'clock. The Biden, this is such an interesting thing. I was never a fan of being able to pay athletes, but the way the NCAA has worked it out now is, in truth, if somebody's using your likeness, using advertising, then why would you not be able to reap the benefit of that? Well, the Trump administration just struck down what Biden was going to do with it. And it's not a sports story. It's a story of the difference of the crazed mindset of the Biden people versus common sense again with Trump. And I'll tell it to you at 1 o'clock. But here's Rachel Maddow. This is cut 7. Tulsi Gabbard was just confirmed. I thought she was going to have the most difficult time at confirmation. RFK may, or Kash Patel may. But here's what Maddow said the other night about Gabbard.
All Republicans in the Senate voted tonight to advance the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard to be Director of National Intelligence. It's like saying that I could be a defensive lineman on the Philadelphia Eagles. Sure.
Can you imagine?
I would love to see it.
And she's their star. She's the star over there at MSNBC.
Wait, it's 2025, Rachel. Why can't you
why
be
can't
the
you
defensive
be?
lineman for the Philadelphia Eagles?
Why can't Chris Hayes be a linebacker? Can you imagine? You got Chris Hayes snorting at the other side of the line there. You're not running there.
I feel like that's a backwards way of her admitting she believes in merit.
Yeah, it certainly does. Yeah. All right, here is New York Congress. This will be 23, Dan. New York Congressman Lawler today, Republican from Long Island, I guess it is. He's on, I'm not sure which morning show. I think it was Morning Joe. And they're talking about all this auditing that the American people want. And I could hear tapping on my shoulder the ghost of Irv Homer, who always used to talk about this. Could the Fed be next? Here's Lawler.
The hearing we teased earlier with Chairman Powell. What do you hope to hear from him today? What are your thoughts about the continued independence of the Fed from the White House? We know President Trump previously had suggested he feels like the Oval Office should have a little more of a say as to how it conducts itself.
Well, when you look at how the Fed handled inflation, they didn't really believe it was a problem. At first, they were late to raise interest rates, and then they rapidly raised interest rates. They spent the last year plus wasting time on the Basel III endgame, which is, for all intensive purposes, dead at this point. I think the Fed has a lot to answer for. And frankly, I'm someone who fundamentally believes, like all these other agencies, the Fed needs a full and complete audit. I have a lot of questions for Jerome Powell, but moving forward, the question is how they plan to handle, high cost of living. I had a very extensive conversation with Jerome Powell over a year ago at a breakfast in which we talked about, for instance, the high cost of housing and how that impacts, inflation and everything else. So there's a lot of work ahead, and certainly I'm curious to hear his answers. With a new administration in place, how he plans to handle cost and inflation and where they are with respect to interest rates and having wasted so much time on the Basel III endgame, what their plan is moving forward.
Okay, so bottom line on this, here's why it's important. If you listen to talk radio the last umpteen years, people would always say, what the hell is this? How do you have this outfit that wants to say, they're kind of like SEPTA. Well, we're private. We're not public. We're not part of the government and all that. Yet they crawl with being a government agency. So the Fed, when they want to be independent, say they are. When it shields them, they're part of the government. They're going to be audited now. And I think when they open the books, and Dan, I may have to go personally to Washington to interview Rand Paul. If there's one guy who's spoken about this more than ever, we have to get on. If they audit the Fed, it would be Rand Paul. For years, he's done big things around that. When are we going to take a look at the books? And I think if we take a look at the books of the Fed, people will be shocked of what they're into, the power they have. Who elected them? Nobody. It's all appointed. I mean, you talk about a shadow government or a deep state. It's the Fed. So these are exciting times. Jeff Andrew will be here at 2 o'clock. We wanted him on because yesterday he gave a speech where he talked about, well, the IRS can audit the average American. Why can't we audit the government? Now, I'm not condoning every way that Elon Musk is engaging in it. I wouldn't have some of the guys he has. You may like that. But the principle is we're auditing the federal government. And we're finding they keep their records in a mine shaft that's a limestone factory. Yeah, it's real, and everybody knew about it. Nobody said anything. Okay, coming up. Big difference here. college sports. We've talked about this over the years. Should people be paid? So the compromise, if you will, is this, they use your likeness. They make money off of you. You get paid. Sometimes Caitlin Clark was probably getting as much almost as playing in the WNBA, or at least certain people would make more if they stay in college. The Biden administration said you can't do that. You can't give a male athlete more than you're giving female athletes. The Trump administration just got rid of that this morning. I'll give you the details. That's next on Talk Radio 1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. More detainees, more prisoners are going to be released. 3 detainees, 1 American, freed from the prison in Belarus, which is a satellite of Russia. You have people like Marco Rubio saying this is a good sign that we might see good things with Ukraine. You have Pete Hegseth in Europe. Pete saying it's completely unrealistic to think that we'll go back to the boundaries that we had of Ukraine and Russia before, meaning getting that territory back. I don't think the Ukrainians are going to go for that deal again. So will this continue forward? I would say probably, seen as a sign of goodwill that Putin released Fogel. I haven't seen yet who it is we gave up in the prisoner swap, and then I'll tell you what I think. If it's a big arms dealer, et cetera, then I'm not on board with that. We did it with Brittany Griner. Why did we go with her first? Well, there was more pressure than there was with Fogel. She was marijuana. He was medical marijuana. Again, and Russians put you to jail forever there, out of reasons. They know that they'll get something out of it. So there is another American to be released at this moment. Okay, over the years, it would come up, not just in sports talk radio, in general talk radio. Is it fair you have college athletes making all that money, particularly if they're playing football, they can get hurt more easily, for colleges, big time, and what do they get? So there's under the table stuff. Well, then they had this new policy, a revenue policy, where they use your likeness, they use you in some way, shape, or form. Maybe even you can advertise for them and you get paid. And for some athletes, in fact, a pretty good number, you can get a sizable amount. Some are getting millions per year. The Biden administration jumps in. They tell colleges, you can't do that anymore. Title IX, which has nothing to do with this. See, they want men in women's sports, but at the same time, they said, you have to pay this proportionately. In other words, if a male is getting X because of their value, then female athletes at your college have to get paid the same thing. And at colleges, we're like, what are we going to do now? We developed this whole system. Well, the Trump administration this morning has gotten rid of the red tape that Biden set out and said, we're going to go back to the old thing where if you're an athlete and you are like, for example, Don Jr.'s daughter, some of it, the Trump celebrity, I think she's a pretty good golfer, but I looked at her play and I can't say she's, going to be the next big thing on a pro tour. She's got millions and millions of followers. So when she goes to the University of Miami next year, I think it is, she'll be paid for that, representing the golf team, maybe a lot. This is such a difference. Just think about the mentality of the Biden administration complicating what the college has worked out, where if you're someone that's a star athlete in some car dealership, something, whatever, they see value in you, they want to pay you, then somehow or another you have to proportionately do this with female athletes at the same time. And there are not too many female athletes. There's a couple of gymnasts who are very attractive. LSU has one, I think. Probably Caitlin Clark last year. Maybe a couple of the women that have become prominent, but it's relatively rare to see somebody they're going to pay substantial money to. You have to pay it nonetheless. That's just been rescinded this morning. And even though it's a small thing, it's just another example of the mindset of what Biden was doing versus what the Trump people were doing. The Trump people, too, and I really like this, the education department, they're calling upon all the colleges, all the high schools, everybody. If there, was any question of females going against someone who's transgender, gender fluid, or a male in flat terms, to investigate and potentially take away the records, like Leah Thomas's record, okay? And whoever had it, a female, a real female, they ought to have that record. You could say another small thing, not to a lot of people. That's why people strive. That's why they want their name on that record. Leah Thomas's name shouldn't be on that record. Dan and I interviewed for Reading, Writing, and Reason. The daughter of Lee Smith's Hall of Fame reliever is a star in the 100, and I guess it was 100 meter and 220 meter, and has national aspirations, and she couldn't beat the 23rd ranked and 24th ranked males who were gender fluid, and they told her she's going to have to train harder. All those medals, all those wins, all of it, they're saying should be taken away and given to the females. Now, let's see if they do it. You have any number of state organizations that say they're not going to follow what the White House has said, and we're going to see what these local school districts do. Every single one of them ought to have their federal funding taken away. If they won't follow this executive order, which is the law, take away every dime federally from those school districts, those state districts. Yesterday, we had Greg Rothman on. He's taken over as the GOP head in Pennsylvania. He sits on the PIAA board. They said they're going to enforce, they're on board with the Trump edict on males only in male athletics. And the PIAA sets the standard for all this. So there's a showdown coming. And we're going to see if the federal government really is going to enforce this. Are they really going to go forward with this whole thing?
So from my understanding, then this would be NIL is oftentimes an individual thing, right? You're talking, But for example, EA Sports has a video game, NCAA Football 25.
Right.
So you're telling me that Biden, on his way out the door, says that EA Sports, when they fund a video game like NCAA 25, where the money goes to the schools to distribute among the students, because that's how the process goes. That it should be interrupted, and instead the money should not be distributed to the likenesses that are presented, but instead proportionately based on equity.
Yes, on equity. Yes, I'm reading right from the thing. And of course, Title IX has nothing to do with this NIL stuff. I mean, this was a compromise that was put in. And I've come around to see, if they're using you, then they ought to pay you at the college level. I mean, you ought to be there to play your sport, maybe go on to pros and all that. But you know what? You're running up a lot of money for the college. They ought to pay you. Why should you have to share that with the female side? In rare cases, are female athletes ones that people want to use? That's the same thing with the WNBA and the NBA. People don't care about them as much. That's the way of the world. That's the way that it works. That's been rescinded by the Trump people. And again, I'm just pointing to it as a really good example of the difference here, the mind process around this. All right, let's go to Gary in Newtown. And Gary, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, welcome
Tom,
in.
thank you so much for taking the call.
You're welcome.
You guys are having a great day out there.
Go ahead, Gary.
You guys still there?
Oh, yeah, we are.
I'm sorry. About Bill Donahue, and thank God they this whole Title IX is hopefully righting the ship. But it's so amazing that you have these people on that otherwise I certainly wouldn't know anything about it.
Well, thank you. I'm glad, I'm glad we can highlight that.
That's our purpose, mostly.
That's our purpose. And, it's a reaction to the rest of me. And, Gary, I don't, as you know, charge the rest of the media at times with just their own ideology. They just don't have the drive, and they don't see it that way. They're too busy covering the weather and sports. Nothing wrong with that. But, my God, look at the other things that are happening. The average Philadelphian, if we went up to the parade, they don't know what the Pope said, and a lot of them are Catholic.
It's unbelievable the facts that he put out there, the flip-flop on abortion, 1980, 1970. It's the D's versus R's, almost the same thing. And speaking of sports, did you happen to see Speedy DeJean's highlights from his basketball career?
Oh,
No,
yeah,
I haven't
yeah.
seen 'em.
Well, the dunking, yeah.
Gary, thank you.
Oh, yeah. We got the Speedy DeJean nickname working here. We'll be pollinating that through the parade. Oh, I heard
Gary, you're
Speedy
the man.
DeJean.
You're awesome.
Yeah, Gary, you're on it. So, Gary,
And one last thing before I give you my answer. Last week when the guy said the velvet rope, and then yesterday when she came up with the Chuck E. Cheese on the fly, I just hung the phone up.
Yeah, that was Captain Chucky's. Yeah, it was really good. What's yours, Gary?
I will say I've had very good dating luck at Longwood Gardens.
Oh, the wife? Yeah?
Wife, girlfriends. Well, no girlfriends since the wife, but before the wife, girlfriend. Yeah.
And what is it about Longwood Gardens? All I remember is we took Roe's parents there, Roe and I think DJ and Luke, and the guy kept on saying, step up to the buffet. He kept on saying the buffet. The buffet's over here, sir.
Well, it's a walking chick flick.
Ah, okay.
It really is. Yeah.
That's pretty good, Gary. All right, we'll put you down. That's a good call. That's a good tip there. Valentine's Day coming up.
Second reference to the DuPont family today.
Yes. And tomorrow we're probably going to do that film you should watch with your significant other prior to Valentine's Day.
Foxcatcher.
All right. So
maybe not watch that.
All right.
Third reference to the DuPonts.
Yeah. Be ready. Be ready for that tomorrow. And again, Coming up, I'll give you who the Inquirer says. Henry agrees with it. We'll play you a little bit. The Kelseys aren't going to get up there, right? Now, we think one Kelsey, somehow or another, will be up there on the stage right in front of us at the Art Museum. Which Kelsey will it be? But Kelsey was the unbelievable star the last time. It's hard to forget the outfit and the whole thing. Lane Johnson couldn't stay off the juice. Who will be the speaker that makes this unforgettable? And the Eagles, what will we call them? Safety or strong safety, takes a shot on, was it on Twitter or Instagram, saying that Jason Kelsey should have stayed with his last girlfriend. Okay, it was very attractive, not Taylor Swift. And I'll tell you what the Swifties claim they did on Twitter to this guy's mother that I think is illegal if they did it, to put it mildly. All right, that's all straight ahead. And get in on the side question. Longwood Gardens, that was a great call. 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Nick Kale with Dawn Stenzel, and join us at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Yeah, it's Joe's story of Philly sports put to music. It's so much fun. It's Philly. Be there with us, won't you? Friday, February 21st at Westchester University. Tickets, of course, at joeconklin.com.
Meet Nick and Dawn at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. Get your tickets at joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com. Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbee, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano Program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time, so we all know Jason Kelce, what he did in the last parade. By the way, if you're going to the parade, where are you intending to land up? We'll be planted, I think, most of the time right there at the foot of the Art Museum steps, broadcasting from there. Here's a little bit, though. The Inquirer says the hidden speaker this year that you want up there is Landon Dickerson, offensive lineman. Here's a little bit of his inspirational talk. I don't know before which game. It doesn't matter. But this is why they think Dickerson.
Football, baby. Yeah. Guys dream about this. Yeah. Damn, we some dream crushers around here. Come on. You hear me? We come back out. I'm going to challenge you to one thing. The scoreboard for 60 minutes. Become a nightmare. Yep. Let's go. The Packers on 3. 1, 2, 3. The Packers.
All right, is Dan going to be there to supply the bleeping if this happens? And I wanted to talk about that. If you're a parent, maybe you've never called before. This is a simple question. What's the age of the kid that you would have there at the foot of the Art Museum? That's where the players are going to speak. I don't know what'll be going on impromptu throughout. That's when Kelce. How many profanities did Kelce? It seemed like double figures in that notable speech. He had some clever lines. Nobody likes us. We don't care. Well, I don't know which player he said too small, but he did say Lane Johnson can't stay off the juice. That line stepped with me forever.
Nelson Aguilar can't catch.
Yeah, oh, that's what it is. Yeah, yeah. The hungry dog runs faster. Well, none of it's starving. I never quite got that.
You know what an underdog is?
Yeah, that's
a hungry dog.
A hungry dog. Yeah, there you go.
So AI overview, according to Google, it's not clear exactly how many times Jason Kelce used profanity, but many networks muted or cut away from the speech when Kelce swore. The FCC also reported that not many people complained about the speech.
Aha. Now, I remember when Chase Utley did it. Now, again, nobody was expecting it. It's the Phillies, not the Eagles. He just blurted it out. They were down at the stadium when they were coming in. Our guy caught it. The guy's name was Clinton then, who was a really good producer. He bleeped it. A lot of people were caught unaware. They were covering it because there wasn't any ruffle like he was going to do this. He just kind of blurted it out. And at that point, people were offended, Dan. People talked about it. In 2017, I don't remember anybody being offended. To your point, there weren't a lot of FCC complaints then. So I wonder if now we wouldn't, I mean, you can't carry it if you're anything related to the FCC. We know what the rules are. Is somebody going to say, no, I think people are ready for that. I don't know about that. I don't know that anybody would be bold enough. But if somebody on an extended basis on Friday is cursing, it gets to be a little bit awkward bleeping it. I don't remember on TV, it's more noticeable. It's just, you see the speech, you hear the person, and you hear the bleeping. It's just a little bit more abrupt to have that in play. I would predict at the rally down there at the Art Museum, you'll hear 15 times of profanity, over and under, maybe 20.
Is that just from the speech, or could that be from just people around you?
Oh, no. Well, the people around you, they don't matter. I mean, what are you going to do with that? But when it's in public, I mean, I don't remember at a station event where, per se, we were given a speech and stuff like that happen. Although, it's possible at some station event it happened.
I do have some audio from Jason Kelsey. He joined Preston and Steve and explained what was going through his mind before the speech, if you want to hear that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I only found out that I was going to speak the day before it. So once I found out I was going to talk that night, for some reason I couldn't sleep. I don't know if I was just excited for the parade or whatnot, but I was just lying there thinking about, what I was going to say. And this has kind of been building for a long time. I mean, it wasn't like all right, I'm just going to put this down on paper. I mean, the emotions of what the entire team's gone through, what I've gone through, what all of my teammates, my coaches, what everybody's gone through to get to this point, and
the city,
absolutely. It just kind of was just a building thing that culminated into that moment, I guess.
Well, you could sense the authenticity, and as Preston was saying, you articulated. You listen. You play a game in front of.
And then he goes on and explains that the thing he was most concerned about was the cursing itself, but I was happy that the networks took care of that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. 855-839-1210. I'm just asking, if you're going to the parade, you're going on Broad Street, where are you going to be? What are you going to be trying to do?
I have more from Dickerson if you want to hear another sample of why.
Yeah, let's hear. Yeah.
Look, we don't choose the schedule. We don't choose the time, the place. We don't choose the opponent. But you know what I choose? I choose violence. From the first snap to the last whistle. Choke him out and make him remember your name. Let's go. The Steelers on 3. 1, 2, 3. The Steelers.
Okay. All right. I just don't see that guy as a... You do? I think he's a poor man's Jason Kelsey at best.
Well,
I don't see it.
He shouldn't. He should try to be himself. He shouldn't try to be Jason Kelsey.
Right.
If anyone's going to have a big day as a speech, I think it's going to be Darius Slay. Big play Slay. I think he spent a lot of his career with the Lions, albeit not winning because it's the Lions.
Right.
Comes here, kind of an up and down career here with the Eagles. I think he wants to be, remembered by a fan base, quite like this, quite fondly, and I think he'll try and have a big day at the podium to try and, live in Eagles fans' minds for the rest of eternity the same way Kelsey would.
All right. Now, the guy that if I were the Eagles, I wouldn't let speak. Look, the position he plays and the way he plays, that's probably needed pro football, but CKGK, the Eagles safety.
That was close.
CJGJ.
All right. Put up on one social media a picture of the woman that Travis Kelsey was with before, Taylor Swift, and some comments we can't say here about it, positively for her. And the Swift people actually said, at least on social media, that they reported the mother of the Eagles safety for ICE violations, for having people that are undocumented working at a restaurant. If that's true, that's illegal on their part. Now, I don't know. They haven't produced it. That's how intense this gets. So it'll be interesting to see if he speaks.
Oh, I think he should speak. It'd be fantastic.
He would curse.
Well, right.
That's the one guy I would expect if anyone on the team to just.
No, exactly. That's why I mentioned.
Do you happen to hear his nickname for the secondary of Cooper and Reed Blankenship?
No.
We're here with the exciting whites.
Yeah, the exciting whites. Well, that's okay. Yeah. All right. So 855-839-1210. Are you going to be at the art museum place? And how do you deal with that if you bring kids at all, or do you think it's just part of it? You're ready for it. You've told your kid one way or another about it. This just in, too, that the Trump administration has just gotten $59 million back from New York City. That's around the $59 million that FEMA gave for luxury hotels. Now, I'm sure Eric Adams, after getting off the hook, I'm not on board with that, by the way, the Trump pardon or whatever they did with DOJ. If you are, I don't know why. There's no reason. And they're not weaponizing government against Eric Adams. I think he did whatever. There's enough evidence to proceed with him. I don't think it's just because he suddenly was talking to Republicans. So if that's the case, $59 million back, that's remarkable. Because I thought once FEMA transferred that money for these luxury hotels, there wasn't too much you can do about it. But it is back, according to what just came down. And that's another startling thing. FEMA, $59 million out the window, but at least back now. Let's go to Jeff. Jeff's in Hatboro, and Jeff is on Talk Radio 1210. Oh. All right, Jeff, put you on hold there. Let's go to Joe in Exton. Joe on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe.
And if I had relatives visiting me from out of state, I would take them on a tour of the Philadelphia Zoo.
That's a great answer.
All right, why is that, Joe?
Because I enjoy seeing animals, and I think they do too.
Okay. All right.
Wait, the animals enjoy seeing you, or the other people enjoy seeing animals there, Joe?
Yes, it's they enjoy when people are looking at animals. The animals are also enjoying looking at the people.
All right, Joe. Thank you. Thanks for the contribution. Okay, coming up, a little bit of a fairly complicated story. We were tipped off that a chaplain here in Pennsylvania, military, apparently gave a lecture, as I understand it, about God not being in public life in America. As a result of that, before military people, he's a chaplain, there were complaints. I even saw in the little bit of the brief we got from the attorney who's coming up with us that police were called. I don't know, military police or something, that it was that severe that you're not allowed to do that. And apparently, this is a huge legal case now. So picture a chaplain, of all things, talking about not enough God in public life in America. And he's reported by some military members there. And as a result of that, the military, rather than saying, this guy's a chaplain, don't go to his services, he's under the gun and has suffered various sanctions. Now, I don't think this is going to stand ultimately in the Trump administration. Well, we just thought it was a story much bigger, and it happens here in Pennsylvania, of what has happened in the military. How can you have a chaplain? We'll find out what he's exactly charged with. Could a chaplain say something that offensive that military members would report him, at least a few, and it's acted upon that he's bounced or worse just by talking about the lack of God in American life at a national level? All right, phone line. So get us in on the side question. It's National Tourism Day. Just hit us with some place, and it's all in the call. We've had a couple really good ones. Could be a little bit off the beaten trail. Someplace you think, or something that's done here that is quintessential to Philadelphia. You can include the Jersey Shore in it. Haven't been wowed yet, though. Don't think of the pedestrian. Think of something that maybe other people don't. Straight ahead here at 855-839-1210.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
We are currently in between 2 storm systems. It'll stay cloudy through the rest of today with a high of around 37. Tonight, next storm system arrives. We'll see rain developing during the evening, possibly starting as some snow and sleet briefly, low 34. And for Thursday, some morning rain and turning milder with a high near 50.
D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are local experts in guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flourtown or dkappliances.com. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, Dom Giordano's show. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. So this is the story of a guy in our area, Coatesville, not far away. Army Reserve chaplain, veteran Russell Rusty Trubay. He's been a chaplain, Coatesville VA Medical Center, nearly 10 years. In June 2024, as part of his normal duties, he conducted a worship service in the chapel and preached a sermon from the first chapter of Romans. As the service ended and the chaplain was cleaning up the chapel, an on-site VA police officer, approached him alleging complaints made about this sermon from that day. Hey, wait a minute, buddy. You know, I think if you're a VA police officer, you got to tell somebody, the idea of a cop telling me about First Romans and a service here. No way. What the hell is going on? A cop? What's the matter with some of these people in the military? All right, we have Randall Winger, who is the chief counsel of the Independence Law Center in Harrisburg. They're representing the chaplain. And let's go to Randall on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Randall, welcome in. When we saw this account, I'm reading it and thinking, all right, this sometimes happens. It's ridiculous. But a VA police officer is the one that approaches him. What?
Isn't that absurd? You're dealing with woke policies all over the place, but when it gets to the level where censorship of religious speech results in a police officer talking to a chaplain, that's ridiculous. This is America. Chaplains should be free to be chaplains, not punished because they preach from the Bible.
And what is, I'm going over in my mind of First Romans, what possibly could he have said? Was it something transgender? What was it that he said?
Well, the first chapter of Romans, like a lot of parts of the Bible, can be convicting to people, but the first chapter of Romans talks about sexual sin, and so I think some people took offense at that. But that's the thing, we live in America. We deal with all kinds of speech. You turn on the TV, and you may not agree with what you hear. You walk down the street, you may not agree with what you hear. Your friend talks to you, you may not agree with what you hear. But you shouldn't run into a situation where a police officer is called. But it didn't stop there. So he ended up being pulled from his chaplain duties to what they called nurse jail, where his job at that point was stocking shelves instead of being a chaplain. Why? Because of the sermon that he preached. And then his supervisor wanted to approve the sermons of all the chaplains. And again, like censorship, religious censorship, that should not be happening from a government employer.
My advice as a law school dropout, but somebody who won my moot court competition is, Randall, to say, let's just have us tell the Trump people about this. They got a million things in the air. And I predict by lunchtime tomorrow, they're going to say, get the hell out of here. This guy's back. Let's bring him to the White House. That's what will happen.
Well, considering this administration and what's fun in the Veterans Administration, the new secretary is a former chaplain himself.
I didn't know that Collins was. Okay. But, they're trying to set standards. They're trying to have chaplains do this. Do you have in your suit, is there any of the specific language? In other words, all right, so it's sexual sin, Is there any particular phraseology or example he gave that they thought it was worthy to tell a police officer?
Well, and that's the ridiculous thing. So when the Bible talks about sexual sin, it talks about all kinds of sexual sin. To take exception because you don't like the particular form of the sexual sin that it talks about, well, that's on you. And again, it's America. People aren't forced to go to these chaplain services.
No, I'm sure there should be diversity of chaplains. You know, one guy in First Romans is this, and he's somewhat strict biblically, and somebody else says, what the heck, you know? Yeah, that's who you go to, right?
And we've long figured that out, where we've got Jewish chaplains and we've got Catholic chaplains and we got Protestant chaplains, and so he was preaching a sermon from the Bible, consistent with his beliefs and the beliefs of his denomination, and it makes particularly good sense for a chaplain to, well, after all, do what a chaplain does, which is preach sermons. But to have government come in then and want to censor sermons,
right?
That is a woke ideology that's gone way too far.
Randall Winger with us. Randall, so when the VA officer, the cop, approaches him, he says, all right, we got complaints. What else does he say? What else do you say in the lawsuit? Does he say, I'm a police officer, you can't do that? I mean, how does he justify as being the cop, being the one to approach the chaplain?
Right. So the cop himself was not heavy-handed. The concern that we have is that a cop was brought. The concern that we have is that he was disciplined disciplined by the VA for doing this. He had to endure an entire investigation. He was pulled away from his chaplain duties and punished for a long, long time. And even now, the freedom to be able to preach from the Bible as a chaplain is now in jeopardy. So the idea of religious freedom for the chaplains, as opposed to government saying this is what we think orthodoxy should be when it comes to religion, that's not the place of government. That's what we figured out in the First Amendment. It's not the place of the government to say what's orthodox in terms of religion.
As far as orthodoxy, so are we saying here that with First Romans and this chaplain, in their view, he's talking about punishment for certain sexual sins, going to hell, something like that, and you essentially can't do that if you're going to be a chaplain in the U.S. military? That's what I'm taking away. You can't be saying anything like that. It's too unorthodox to be doing that.
You shouldn't say anything controversial, after all, in this woke age. But religion has this funny way of depending on sacred texts and oracles of God, right? Where whether it's popular or not, you're out there because you believe that something is absolutely true. And you know, I'm hopeful that our society will begin to throw off these woke ideas so that we can continue to believe that there is truth and talk about truth. And I'm hopeful that Veterans Administration is going to do the same thing and say enough is enough, and we're going to have freedom from now on.
Yeah, so this is a legal matter right now, but you're hopeful. I am too. As soon as Collins hears this, it comes up the pipeline. I think there's going to be a reassessment of this.
Yes, yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, you've got the Trump administration talking about problems arising from the targeting of religion and even the targeting of Christianity, and this is sort of a prime example of what the president was talking about.
Exactly.
Somebody being targeted because they're preaching from the Bible. After all, that's what chaplains do.
All right, by noon tomorrow, we'll have you back on because I think it'll be rescinded and we'll have a good laugh over it as this guy is back.
That'll be great.
Yeah, exactly. Randall, good luck on this, and I think it'll happen soon. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thank you.
All right, Randall Winger here. Can you imagine? You can't bring the VA police in on a chaplain because of what he said. Maybe he said certain sins you're going to hell. All right, if you don't like that chaplain, it's not for everybody. Don't go to that guy. there are different people there, different things that you can do. They're actually trying to set, it seems to me here, or they were in the Biden administration, what's orthodoxy. And I can imagine if you say you're going to hell for certain things or some punishment, they're not going to let you say that. That's controversial. Now, you may not believe that. I don't believe that. But does that mean that a chaplain can't say that? That you're bringing in the VA police to say we've had complaints? Wow. All right, we'll let you know how this turns out. 855-839-1210. Today's National Tourism Day. We are looking for some place that you would take people if you were bringing people here to the Philadelphia area, even at the Jersey Shore. Might be a little bit offbeat, off the beaten path. That's what we're looking for. Trump has held calls today with Putin and Zelensky. And here is Pete Hegseth. I wanted to play this. Pete Hegseth speaking as the defense secretary. This is 24, Dan. Here's Pete Hegseth talking about Ukraine and return to the pre-2014 borders.
And I appreciate the opportunity to share President Trump's approach to the war in Ukraine. We are at, as you said, Mr. Secretary, a critical moment. As the war approaches its third anniversary, our message is clear. The bloodshed must stop, and this war must end. President Trump has been clear with the American people and with many of your leaders that stopping the fighting and reaching an enduring peace is a top priority. He intends to end this war by diplomacy and bringing both Russia and Ukraine to the table. And the U.S. Department of Defense will help achieve this goal. We will only end this devastating war and establish a durable peace by coupling allied strength with a realistic assessment of the battlefield. We want, like you, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective. Chasing this illusionary goal will only prolong the war and cause more suffering.
All right. So, the argument is already by Democrats today. Trump is obviously tilting Putin's way. Pete Hegseth went on to say, we will not guarantee they're not coming into NATO. That would be Ukraine as part of any settlement. So how in the world will it get settled? What is it that Trump seemingly is offering Zelensky? Or is it that Ukraine just can't continue if we don't continue to give them vast amounts of resources, which we're not going to do? And the end point of this, I mean, it pains me, Putin, the obvious aggressor here, is able to extract a lot more territory out of this. But Hegseth, the American policy is we're not going to continue to unrealistically promise Ukraine that they're not going to lose some land in this whole thing. That's just not going to happen. All you'll have is this war continuing forever. So this is an indicator. That's why I played it today from Pete Hegseth of where we're going to go going forward. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. This story, though, is you heard it right here with the VA. Isn't it the woke military? These guys didn't like what he said about sexual sin. Okay. You might want to tell him or go to a different chaplain. But the VA police comes and tells him that. They take him off that watch. They have him stocking shelves. And now with the new administration, I mean, shouldn't it be, look, this guy may be fire and brimstone. He may say, you're going to hell. You're transgender, you're going to hell. You're gay, you're going to hell. He may say that. That may be what the complaint is. You should have the option to go to a different chaplain. It seems to be quite a variety of them there. Don't go, you don't agree with this guy. You might think he's hateful. You might think he's out of bounds. This is going to be overturned. I'm surprised it's not already. They just have a million things they don't know about this per se. But once they do, you're going to see this guy restored and you're going to see it overturned as it should be. And there ought to be a variety of chaplains, which I think there are. 855-839-1210. Jump on board.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station.
Thank you to everyone over there at 1210. You guys are the voice of reason. There's just so much nonsense that's being spilled out by the mainstream media and the left. You guys are a fresh voice, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate the call. Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station. The voice of reason and also of hairy balls. There you go. We cover it all here, folks. Nice work out of Jerry.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If this cold winter weather hasn't convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help you by extending their biggest discounts of the year through the end of February. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's another chance to do so by getting 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can buy now and pay later with Guida's interest-free financing for up to 12 months. Act now. This offer is until the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Just an unbelievable story with this chaplain. Yeah, he might not be your cup of tea. He's ranting there. First Romans, what's going to happen to you? Okay, don't go to this guy. Yeah, well, he shouldn't be there. We don't like his outcomes. I probably, based upon this, that's what I was probing with the attorney, I might not like what he was preaching either. We had a great caller yesterday. Several of you recognized a woman whose husband wouldn't let her confront the priest after Mass. If I were the husband in that situation, I would have, because of something he was saying that was at odds with her. Yeah, you can do that. Or don't go to the guy. But the VA police come in. Wow. Let's go to Father Jim, who's apparently an Air Force chaplain here on Talk Radio 1210. Father Jim, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Don, I'm enjoying the show. You're a good jock. And I was an Air Force chaplain for quite a few years, stationed overseas. I was in during Desert Storm. I'm from Philly. I'm a K&A boy. My home parish is St. Anne's. And the thing I'd like to say right away is that the Department of Veterans Affairs is not per se military. It services the military, but it is not military. And you have to keep in mind, Don, that in your audience, your group that you're preaching to, there may be certainly veterans for sure, but there could also be family members. So it could be a civilian person that has nothing to do with being military per se. But the key is that it is not a military organization per se.
Okay.
I'm outraged to hear that this chaplain is undergoing what he's undergoing for obvious reasons. And I might say, while I'm rattling on here, that back in the 300s, the wonderful St. John Chrysostom, which in Greek means golden throat, was exiled 3 times from Constantinople for preaching against wine, women, and song.
Wait a minute, that guy should have been kicked out. That's not one of my favorite saints.
I like that nickname, the Golden Throat.
The Golden Throat. Is there a saint that's a patron of wine, women, and song, or do we have to call upon Bill Devlin? He might be. How about you, Father Jim, when you say, all right, as long as it's your wife, wine is good for you, and song, who could be against song?
Well, I can say right now, the chaplain should start paying attention to St. John Chrysostom as his patron saint.
Well, Father, glad to see you're from K&A, huh?
I'm from K&A, man. I'm on the air, by the way, every week on WWDB with a show that I created called Rock and Roll Reveille, 860 every Saturday, 4 to 5 p.m. Former rock jock from Warm Radio. I ran the Wibby Chops, WIBG, Philadelphia, for Jerry Stevens, for the high ski Rudy, all the greats, and here I am, 83 years old, rocking, kid.
Well, that's great stuff, and I admire coming from you. You called me a good jock there, and Dan was looking at me like, what's a jock strp have to do with this?
That's the first thing that came to my mind.
Is a disc jockey.
I was going to say that you're a blank of a jock, but I'm going to say you're a heck of a jock. I don't want to use bad words. I have a first-class radio telephone license. I don't want to lose.
I'll have to listen. 4 to 5 p.m., I have a friend that's on WWDB now. 860. So I'll give a listen to you, Father Jim. Good to have you listening today. Thank you.
I'll give you a shout out this weekend, and God bless you in your work and your ministry to the media, and may God protect our country and watch over our elected officials. I love you. God bless you. And God bless your Philadelphia audience. And remember, every morning we drink coffee, half and half.
Thank you, Father Jim. I think this guy's a rival to Bill Devlin. So we got a Catholic priest. Devlin is on the wrong side of things. He says, we kid all the time, but Protestant. Devlin has to get a new line, though, if he's listening today, Dan. Every time he speaks here, welcome to the People's Republic of Philadelphia. Same thing all the time. But you never know who's out there. That's the beauty of talk radio. Is there an astrophysicist listening today, or a previous astrophysicist? Henry's laughing, but I've done that before. And gotten somebody to call in, whether they were lying or not.
Yeah. No, I enjoy it because I get a litany of calls from various amounts of people, and it's good talking to them for a minute or two.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, Dan, who would you
when I hear Father Jim, the first thing that came to my mind, Dom, was...
Good morning, I'm going to give him a listen. Stan Casacio's been on that channel, too. It's not the WWDB 96.5. It's the other spinoff of that came about. And I forget the ways, but all right. That was great stuff. He didn't answer so much there. The jock part got me. Of this chaplain right here in Coatesville. Now, this isn't going to stand in the Trump administration. I didn't know that former Congressman Collins, who's heading up the VA, was a former chaplain himself. But again, I don't know exactly what this guy said. It might have offended somebody there. What I would tell him to do, confront him. Tell him, hey, aren't you supposed to be welcoming sinners rather than just telling us we're going to hell? If that's your view. Or get up and walk out. Or don't go in the future. But to have this guy stacking shelves, because as far as I can tell, he probably said people are going to hell. How did we get to that? particularly in a military setting like this. And doesn't a VA cop think, hey, this looks pretty bad? The cop coming and telling this guy to ease up on this, people didn't like the sermon. You know, I'm sure he's in a uniform. I don't know if they carry a weapon, maybe. And, hey, Father, lay off the sermon. Chaplain, stop with the first Romans. Go to Romans 4 or something, you know. You can't be continuing to do this. Sexual sin. All right, coming up, Jeff Van Drew. We saw him yesterday make a great point. How come we get audited or can get audited by the federal government, and yet we can't audit these federal agencies? And now it looks like they're going to audit the Fed next. That's the one I'm telling you, whatever's there with this. Rand Paul has called for this forever. He'd be the guy to lead the charge. But I think the military budget is where I would go next. We go next, though, to Congressman Jeff Van Drew and Dom's Money Melody on Talk Radio 1210.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
They did it! They won the Super Bowl! The Eagles are the champions. You're celebrating big, and Verizon is too. Let's keep the winning going. This Friday through Sunday, we have special deals in store just for Philly. Because the very best team, with the very best fans, deserves the very best deals. Visit a local Philly Verizon store to celebrate and save. When the Eagles win, we all win. But hurry in, these deals won't last.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike, Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Westchester University, February 21st, and Pittman, New Jersey, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified winter collection sales event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, using only quality, certainteed roofing products, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. We'll be joined shortly by Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Caught our attention yesterday, making the easy point. Americans can be audited. 87,000 IRS agents, many of whom now are going to back up the Border Patrol, apparently. But why can't we audit the federal government? And again, I'm not saying, now you may like it. You may like the sort of style that it's being done in. I don't like every part of it necessarily. But auditing and the things they've already churned up, like this federal records, are still done by paper and pencil and put in a limestone shaft factory in Royers, Pennsylvania. This is how they do it. That's why they can only have 10,000 a month retire. Too much work. The elevator's too slow. They go up and down there. My God, the stuff that we're finding out. And what's their reaction? Well, the condoms are not going to Gaza. They're going to Mozambique. Now, look, I like accuracy, button it up. Sometimes you don't quite get that with Trump and Musk, flying around, constantly answering questions. Okay. But the core issue here is USAID, the Education Department, the Fed now, the military budget. They are ripe with just, and I'm going to ask Congressman Van Drew, and I think I've asked him before, how in the world does this stuff get through? And I think he's going to explain the process, how overwhelming it is with the constancy of voting on stuff like this, being hit with these huge documents, et cetera. And that's how a lot of this stuff makes its way through. Or you're not voting on that day to day, the administrative state. Like, I don't think if it were put up for a vote for Congress, we would have paid the tuition for that Hamas radical that was taken out in Yemen, if you remember, by President Obama. He hit him with a missile, and I supported him. Oh, he was an American citizen, Tom. No, he deserved to die. I don't care if he was an American citizen. We're not bringing him back from Yemen. He took him out. Obama was right for once. How did we pay for that? I don't think Jeff Van Drew voted for that or other Congress people. USAID took the money they were given, and they decided that. There was no vote up or down. You want to give a scholarship to a terrorist? Same thing with the how many million condoms that we're voting on? Let's go to Congressman Jeff Van Drew, then Dom's Money Melody after that. Oh, wait a minute. He's got his theme song here for Congressman Jeff Van Drew. All right, Dan, why did you choose that?
Well, all the great work he's done with those windmills off the coast of New Jersey.
Right.
Why not? Throw a little reference to that there.
Yeah, frequent guests have congressmen have their own theme music.
I love it. I love it, man. I always wanted my own theme song. Now I have it.
So yesterday we saw your quote and thought it was a pretty good summary of where we are with this. The idea that you and I can be audited, certainly 87,000 new agents. Why can't the federal government be audited? Which one, or did anything surprise you here? You and I have talked before. How does this stuff get through? And as best I can understand it, you approve the budget, or at least the Congress does. You may not. And then the administrative state spends it wildly, and we don't know about it until it's too late.
And you hit it right on the head. I mean, that's the way it works. That's one of the problems that exist. And that's why it's important who the president is and who's in the cabinet, et cetera. The second thing that can happen, Dom, is we vote on these giant bills, and we still haven't gotten out of doing that. That may even happen again. I don't love it. I've always spoken against it. I don't like it when Republicans do it. I don't like it when Democrats do it. I do believe in individual appropriation bills, doing a dozen of them, voting them on their merit up or down, and they're more digestible. We vote on these huge documents that when they come out, I have my team, scour through them as best as we can. Sometimes we have less than 72 hours. And to be honest with you, not everybody knows every detail. Nobody wants to say that. I'm going to say it. You don't know every single detail that's in there. It's almost humanly impossible to, and that's the way they sort of like it. I would like it that you knew a lot more about each one and each appropriation. And then the third problem that we have, I guess in the problem mode today of going through what some of these issues are, we have some that you do have to be a little flexible. Now, when I say flexible, I don't mean that you give in on really important stuff. No, the green news scam, we should stop it. The money that's being spent all over the world, not even to feed hungry people, but, to send fashionistas from Ukraine over to Paris to go to a Paris fashion show. We don't have to spend money on that. We don't have to spend money in Sri Lanka to train their journalists to be more gender sensitive. We don't need the Muppets and Sesame Street tens of millions of dollars in Iraq. We really just don't.
Now on that last one, I'm sorry, Congressman, on that last one about the Sesame Street, you had someone like Chris Coons, senator, who comes across, the demeanor is sober. We know he's a Biden guy and the whole thing. He comes across as moderate, sober, and yet on national TV this last Sunday, he chose to defend that. He didn't deflect and say, oh, that got through, we shouldn't have done it. He actually defended it.
I know. If I were he, I would have said, this is great. See, the problem is that some of these folks are in districts or states that they just win no matter what. You could do almost anything. Mm-hmm. I'm on judiciary. I just came back from a meeting, and the other side of the aisle was faulting President Trump because groceries are expensive and eggs are expensive, and we were talking about censorship. Why are we talking about censorship? And I won't go into that. I could spend 15 minutes with you on that alone. I won't do that to you. It's unbelievable what went on and what we've uncovered. But over the past 4 years, nobody should get away with that, Republican or Democrat. But they kept faulting President Trump and the administration and us in Congress, the Republicans in Congress. I said, guys, really? And when I got to speak before I even talk about censorship, he's been in like 3 weeks. Did you think that the inflation engine that was created over 4 years was going to be, fixed in about 20 days or whatever it is now? Come on, seriously. Let's have serious conversations. But that's what they were talking about, and a lot of these folks are from districts. It doesn't matter what they talk about, what they say, what they do. They're just going to win, and that's unfortunate. Chris, he's a fine guy, but he thinks it's okay to spend money on Sesame Street in Iraq, and it's not. People work too damn hard breaking their ass to make a living, and he should be held accountable for that. I'm held accountable for everything I say and do.
Yeah, absolutely. So what is the latest now? We've talked to the Doge hearings today. That's all across Washington. Ukraine is in the center ring now. Pete Hegseth saying that Ukraine has to abandon their pre-2014 borders. The president spoke to Zelensky and also to Putin. Where is the threading of the needle here possibly, in your view? You speak to the president. You have a good sense of Congress. What is it that would have to be offered to come to some kind of an arrangement?
In plain English, what I see, and I don't know all the details on this. Nobody does yet. It hasn't even been detailed yet. But the bottom line is two major pieces. And I state the obvious. The borders are going to change somewhat. This should have never happened. It happened because under Biden, we were so damn weak, we let them go in, but now they are in. But we've got to do something that's fair and at least somewhat palatable to the Ukrainians. So the borders are going to change a little bit. And then the second piece of it is Russia's got to cut it out. And they've got to know that if they continue this or start it up again, that they're going to be in trouble. And I think Putin language is something that Trump speaks. Basically, don't screw around with me language. I mean, this is serious stuff. I'm not a weak president. This is not a weak Congress. And if you do something, you're going to be in trouble. So I think we can get that done. Let me tell you something about President Trump. He's a tough guy and, he's a hard nose in some ways. He really does care about people. He hates war. He does. And you'll notice when he was in, he would do every piece through strength. It was always through strength, never weakness, because if you're weak, you're going to have war. But he always did everything he could with strength to avoid war. It makes him sick and hurt when he sees these men and women coming back missing limbs, missing function, losing their lives. He's tired of it, and I think he really wants to end this thing. So I'm really hopeful. And it's amazing we're even discussing it only after a few weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess the Democrats are saying, gee, why isn't the war over yet, Well, I don't know. Give us 4 years,
That's going to be his greatest legacy looking back. He took the Republican Party away from the idea of unending wars, and that got some heat, if you remember, when he ran in 2016, et cetera. There were a lot of people reluctant on that, but he was ahead of the curve. That's where Americans are. I'm sure your constituents, they don't want Americans to die in what in the end appear to be endless wars that really don't have any meaning.
You're absolutely right. Americans are tired of it. God, when you see these people come back, you've seen them. They're just, it's heartbreaking. Why are we're bleeding our men and women all over the world and engaging in a lot of battles and wars that aren't even won in the end. I mean, from Vietnam to Afghanistan to a host of other places through time, we've got to cut it out. Be strong at home, strong borders, strong military. Don't put up with anything. Don't be blowing money all over the world trying to change regimes and change governments and doing all the stuff they did. And you know what we were doing now, and I hope everybody listening clearly understands this. Not only did the ultra-left want to change the structure and substance of America, they wanted to change the substance and structure of the world. So they're trying to force, all kinds of transgender and other stuff down the throats of people that are Islamic, which doesn't work, and they just resent it. How about we let other countries guide and maintain their future the way they want to, as long as they don't impinge on America, and that America, we do the same, and that nobody's forces, like I always tell you, Dom, I've said it a bunch of times, I'll say it again, I don't care what you do in your bedroom, how you live your life, that's between you, your partner, and your God. Don't make me pay for it, and don't thrust it upon my kids. That's all we ask. Otherwise, leave people alone.
Absolutely. That's exactly the mission statement. Congressman, thank you. Thanks so much. Please keep us in the loop on any developments.
I will, Dom. Take care. Thank you for the good work that you always do.
Thanks, Congressman Jeff Van Drew here on Talk Radio 1210. So we're seeing little trickles out there on Ukraine today. 855-839-1210. What he said, inflation higher than expected, over 3% in January. Is that on Trump? The only thing I'll say about that, and we've talked about it, I'm not a believer that just opening up energy is going to undo to any great degree what Biden did. It's so vast. We're interested in seeing what else they're going to try to do. And I think Trump's got to get a little bit ahead of more of the curve on this. It's the only angle Democrats have to hit back on. It's not working yet because of the blizzard of other things the president's done, but that's where they're trying to land as this continues. And say 6 months to a year from now, people are going to be looking at the grocery store, et cetera, and saying, what's happening on this watch? It is monstrous once inflation is baked in, as Biden did it, unnecessarily. When that happens, it takes a lot to pull it out. Energy, yeah. Don't expect to wave that wand, though, and it's gone. It's going to take other things, and I'm interested to see when they start to roll that out. All right, 855-839-1210, you get in. Right now it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, we are playing today for a pair of tickets to see People Will Say We're in Love, a special Valentine's Day concert at the ZLOC Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College on February 14th. Dan, what do you have today?
Yeah, Dom, earlier in the show we played a song, a very special song sung by a group of individuals. Well, why don't you listen for yourself?
Which side are you on? They say in the capital city
Yeah, so they did their own cover song there.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe I'd grab another cover of that song. A very recognizable band. Don't want to give away too much, so I'm going to play the clue. We want to know who the cover band is today covering that song. Take a listen.
Come all ya good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
I didn't hear that version of it. We played somebody else earlier, but a different cover on it. It is a great Union song, and I like it. Yeah, choose up sides, yeah. Which side are the Democrats on? All right, hit us with that. You're off to the Zlock for a great Valentine's night. 855-839-1210.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need, and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not in the United States of America be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. And on the free Odyssey app.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-859-5500. 800-859-5500. Again, that's 800-859-5500.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? What? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money. All right, every day at around 2:13, Dom's Money Melody. We played the Union song with these Democrats after they dropped F-bombs. Yeah. I love it. It was great stuff. Thank you, Donald Norcross, for the entertainment today. Here's the cover today, though. Who is covering this song?
Come on, ya good workers, good news to you I'll tell. Of how the good old union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
All right, let's go to Brad in Sellersville on Talk Radio 1210. Who's covering that union song, Brad?
Dropkick Murphys.
Yes. Nicely prayed, Brad. Do you like the song?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's a catchy song. Let's stay there for a second, Brad. Dan, do you have Pete Seeger's? I think Pete Seeger's a lot better, but...
You like the Pete Seeger
Oh,
version?
I like the Pete Seeger one, yes. No?
I have it here. One sec. It's,
All right.
Here you go. I think it's terrible, to be honest.
My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son. He'll be with you, fellow workers, until this battle's won. Tell me, which side are you on?
All right, what do you think of that one, Brad?
Dropkick Murphy.
Dropkick Murphy. Okay. All right, I'll put you on hold, Brad. All right, that coming from yesterday, Democrats, and the point I made at the very beginning is, we played you Shaka Vita, for example. They're trying to spin this idea that America is going to say, whose side are you on? You got Trump and the oligarchs, the richest guy in the world on one side, and on the other side, you have these great federal employees. And the Federal Employees Union and the federal employees, people are not going to die on that hill. They're not going to see this as something that they're engaged in the same way the teachers' union's not. So I don't know that Pete Seeger and these others are talking about the administrative state and these people running our lives, that's what they're talking about here. As Dropkick Murphy also talked about, is that going to gain public traction? That, and they want to show their toughness, so they're all dropping the F-bombs. Dan, let's play Donald Norcross.
I don't have it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Let me,
okay, I'll give you a minute. Yeah,
I'll cue it back up.
Yeah, Donald Norcross, my buddy from Congress, from Camden, from other struggles.
Here you go.
Here we go.
That worked. Well, listen, on behalf of the Labor Caucus, we want to say we are with you. We have Liz Schuler out there from the AFL. All working people are with you. Yeah. So 10 years ago, from last month, I was a construction worker. I'm an electrician by trade. Sure. I work for the IBW. Yeah. So why does that matter? Atlantic City, we had a guy called Donald Trump. We fought with him for 10 years. I can tell you, you can't make ugly pretty. And I'll tell you, I'm from Jersey, so I look a little differently. I say,
F Trump that you didn't hear.
There we go. All right. Yeah. And then they had some soccer mom from Oregon say, don't tell my kids I'm going to say the same thing with Trump. That's the tactic. Wrap themselves in which side are you on? These poor federal workers. I mean, there's a lot of people that, it's very hard. You pick on them, you go after them. And there are some people that I revere if you do that pretty much emotionally, at least, you're going to get a lot of traction. You're attacking the cops when you're taking a knee. It wasn't the military. I made that point all the time, the NFL with the knee. They were attacking the cops. They hated the cops, or at least they believe the cops are hateful. The whole thing says, and I get nuts over that. All right? So when you go after the police, I made the same thing about the cops in January 6th, some of them that were attacked. I'm not going to back away from that. Consistent on that. When you start talking about the teachers union or the federal workers union and wrapping them up as if they're working in coal mines here, when they're being asked to come into work rather than stay home. Now, I saw a story today, and I get this with people. They said they would take a pay drop in order to be working at home. I didn't see in the survey. Great numbers, particularly the federal workforce. Okay. How much would they be willing not to be paid? And why is that? And can you really be productive working at home? I think you're kidding yourself. You know, when I had to work at home during COVID, I don't care what anyone says. You know, it's different than being in the studio every day. It's not the ideal. Interacting with it, as much as Dan and I go back and forth, it's much different being here. It's a much different experience. So how much would you, if you would prefer to do that, how much would you sacrifice and pay? They weren't asked, and I don't know that that's what the agreement's going to be. But what's being asked of the federal workers here? It's not even so much the workers. We're talking about the budget. We're talking about the spending. We're talking about stuff like, hey, maybe you shouldn't store your records on paper in a limestone plant, a limestone mine, underground in Royers, Pennsylvania. We found that out yesterday. It's true. And every time they bring up some government waste, you just heard from Jeff and Drew, we're told, oh, that's all you have? That's not that much. Chris Coons, Mr. Moderate, Mr. Reasonable, defending, we played you that yesterday, on national TV, spending $20 million for Sesame Street, and the host agreeing with him, oh, that's a way to win hearts and minds in Iraq. American people are not going to go for that. The American people are not on board with that. So whose judgment's better? Some pointy head who wants to do that, or the American people? They're outraged when they see this, and even if it's messy, auditing the government here is the way to go. I'm looking at one group that's really going after Trump at this point, other than these judges, which we've talked about. These are medical activists that are behind this new wave of this. Doctors for America has sued to reinstate pages that were taken down on the federal health agencies that are scientific around gender ideology. These include an environmental justice index and diversity action plan for clinical trials. These are the very same group, this Doctors for America, who were the driving force urging Facebook and others to stop the spread of misinformation by printing the other side or posting the other side during COVID. These are the people, and these federal court judges, any number, we can go through their background. The Constitution did not want to see all these lower federal courts speaking for the entire country by blocking something so they get their 15 minutes of fame. And that's what it's a delay game here. Trump is won back today by other federal judges of higher courts. He can do what he's doing. This is a matter for the Supreme Court. And I just think the Supreme Court has to act more quickly in American life on things of consequence like this, rather than dilly-dallying, taking years to get to it. But there's no, Andy McCarthy, brilliant guy, laying it out. He does this every day. Constitution's not about one judge in Hawaii saying Trump can't cut USAID, can't tell employees to stay home, can't move in that matter. These federal courts are not a co-equal branch. The Supreme Court is the co-equal branch with the president and the Congress, not some federal judge hanging out in Hawaii or Alabama, a Democrat or Republican. I mean, that's the code here that Democrats are trying to believe. Don't you believe in co-equal branches of government? Well, that would be the Supreme Court. It would not be one judge who's appointed by Obama, Biden, or whomever, or by Trump, just saying, no, I'm going to stop everything. That's why we never get to the bottom. It's a delay game of anything. And you heard what Van Drew just said. Why is it this stuff gets through? It's often in a big bill, or it's often sent to a general budget for an administrative state like USAID, and then they determine where they're going to spend this. And then we find out later on that nobody approved of this. They just went ahead and did it. The head of FEMA, though, found out about this. She approved $59 million, even against the Trump directive. She got fired yesterday for luxury hotels for people that are here illegally in New York. $59 million. Are the American people on board with it? The Pope might be. The Pope might be saying, well, you know, they deserve a 5-star hotel also. Why are you complaining? This is not human dignity. You're bigoted. Now, this is ending here. This audit is well called for, and it's churning up stuff that you don't know until you go in there and look at it. I want the military budget to be the next thing. That should get universal approval. And then the Fed. And I think people will be shocked at what they're into. Okay, phone calls, 855-839-1210. We'll get to your calls. Hit us. Where is it you would take someone you're bringing from out of town? You can hit us with that. Today's National Tourism Day. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be talking, what film would you watch? Tell people to watch with significant other, girlfriend, boyfriend, something like that, tomorrow night or Friday night. And then Friday, we're kind of working with the subject of the day, the parade, on an all-time deal that was the worst deal for one party. Be thinking about those, because the Giants thing, the rest of the league has to be saying, my God, how can that franchise be allowed to do something like this? It's hard to believe a worse deal that was a driving force here. Just stunning. Thank God. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
Weather sponsored by Robert Half.
We are currently in between two storm systems. It'll stay cloudy through the rest of today with a high of around 37. Tonight, next storm system arrives. We'll see rain developing during the evening, possibly starting as some snow and sleet briefly, low 34. And for Thursday, some morning rain and turning milder with a high near 50.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Trust Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in West Chester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at bradfordwhite.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Okay, it is Dom time. This just breaking from the Courier-Times out there in Bucks County and from the Enquirer. Pennsylvania Department of Education has found that illegal restraints were used on 2 students in a special ed classroom at Jamison Elementary. Restraints were used against students for 20 to 40 minutes at a time, multiple times a day. Central Bucks School District. Now, as I understand it, too, there was speculation there. One of the people that was involved was pretty prominent as far as not in administration, in the school board, I guess. And we were told about it, but we didn't see that it was verified yet. We'll probably have somebody on tomorrow around that. And again, Central Bucks is a very troubled school district, as we know. That's why it makes national news, the back and forth around this. But I am in touch with the person we might have on, might be speaking at an event around school boards coming up here in the near future. And this story is big, that it's been verified by the Pennsylvania Department of Education. Why would a school district like that engage in this? All right, there's a lot here. You'll hear it tomorrow, though. Let's go to Joe in Bordentown. Side question today. Hit us with the place you would bring people to if they were out of town in the Philadelphia area to the shore, National Tourism Day. Joe on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, thanks for the wait. Go right ahead.
Okay, I would take them to the Simone Foundation Auto Museum, which is located near the airport. They have 75 rare classic race cars, and they take a couple of them out in back of the museum and run them around for you.
Oh, I didn't know about that part. Now, we've had somebody else, Joe, call on to your point. They invited me there. So near the airport. Yeah, I didn't know they let you get in the vehicle, though. That's pretty good.
Yeah. You could also discuss left foot braking with them.
I could give them my thoughts on it. They might say we have to adopt that. Thank you, Joe. All right, that's pretty good. That's what we're looking for. Let's go to Dwayne in Valley Forge on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dwayne, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. When my father-in-law came to visit from Florida, he was a retired colonel from the Air Force, and when I first met my wife's family, he served at the Pentagon. So I said, come on, Leo, let's go to the Isaac Potts house down on the Schuylkill River next to the railroad tracks there, and let's visit the first Pentagon and see where Washington slept upstairs when Martha would visit, and Alexander Hamilton was downstairs in this tiny little house, the first Pentagon.
Very nice. I know a good bit about Valley Forge, Wayne. That's a good one. I remember when they shut down the parks, and Valley Forge was one of them, and I was at a protest there with hundreds of people who then walked barefoot to simulate what Washington had to do. I think it was toward the end of September. And they were doing it in the winter because they didn't have shoes. And just seeing them walk, even though we had concrete now, what that must have been like was very moving. All right, they're both good ones. So the president now is laying out today, Caroline Leavitt, and tomorrow I think this is an important thing for all of us, and also for this political battle with Democrats. Trump administration laying out what they're going to do about inflation. This is the one area where Democrats have been in the playbook. And again, I'm in the camp that says, no, you're not just going to be able to say energy. That'll help. But you can't just wave a magic wand. What Biden has done here is unforgivable, is so destructive, so diminishing to the middle class. Story yesterday about how off all these national models were about what was really going on with the economy, growth of wages, and inflation. And Americans were voting on what they knew in their own family, in their own kitchen table over stuff, not what they were being screamed at. Why don't you see how good things are? Inflation is always something that's a killer. So getting out of this, chipping away, seeing progress, going to be very interesting to see in detail what the Trump people plan to do about it. Let's go to Paul in Bedminster. Paul's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Paul, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. I have actually 4 pieces of information for you.
Okay.
What you're talking about. One is Judge John Bates, who ordered the Trump administration, U.S., to restore the sex-change gender ideology web pages. Now we learn that his wife, Carol Rees, R-H-E-E-S, is the founder of Hope for Children in Ethiopia, a long-term recipient of USAID funds.
Yeah, so
Conflict of
to your
interest.
point, the judge should have to recuse himself. There's no way that he should be issuing injunctions on anything in a case like this.
She's a Democrat lawyer, by the way.
Right. Any other kind. Yeah. And Paul, Paul, the broader point is, how does a singular low court federal judge think they're on a co-equal branch with the executive? Only the Supreme Court is. You know, we got to stop these judges engaged in this tactic.
Well, they're playing every card in the deck at this point.
Right.
And I'm sorry to say they don't have the right, but they're doing it. Item number 2, the father of the child who was restrained in Central Bucks was a member of the school board.
I'd rather not go into it. I don't have it in front of me, Paul, but that's my recollection. Okay. Tomorrow, when
item number 3,
right.
the representative, the House representative, who you called the soccer mom from Portland, Oregon, is actually a pulmonologist, a physician, foul-mouthed physician at that. And let's see, what was the 4th item I wanted to give you? Well, I don't remember that one, but I think the first 3 are pretty good.
They are, Paul. Thank you. Thanks. We'll get that other item from you in the near future. Scott in Mount Laurel. Now, this is interesting. Where would you take people to show the real Philadelphia area? Scott, where are you taking people?
I tell you, I have had so many people come out of town and say, hey, what do you want to do? Every single one of them, I want a Philly cheesesteak.
Exactly.
That's it. That's all they care about. And I want to see the Liberty Bell. They don't see, I won't.
Well, Scott, I used to say to Joey Vento, where else can you have a line that's legal for a product at 2 a.m. in the morning? What other product in Philadelphia? But D'Alessandro's, I don't think I've ever driven by there, and I've gone by there 500 times maybe, and not seen at least 5 people waiting.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good. I was out there for a basketball tournament out that way, and I was like, I got to swing by, and I thought it was great. That was the first time I went there. And in Jersey, Gaetano's is my favorite. They're really good. And really, it's all Philly cheesesteak. It's in this area compared to what you get if you go out of the area. You get these flat steaks and all these weird-looking things.
Yeah, that's a good one, though. That is an excellent one. And I agree. They might be the gold standard in some of the others. Okay, it is the lightning round next. As I said, we'll pick up tomorrow because we were alerted to this. Dan, I know you had to step out for a minute. You may remember, I think it was a school board member whose child the allegation was the illegal restraint. Well, the Inquirer just reports the Pennsylvania Department of Education has found that illegal restraints were used on 2 students in a special ed classroom at Jamison Elementary. And the Bucks County Courier-Times also reporting it. So, this happens at places, but not in the manner that we were told, and not at a school district that, let's face it, is the most educated, affluent, one of the biggest in the country, in the state, that's often in the news. What is it with this school district that just constantly there's a stir? Is it just that it's so polarized between 2 different groups that take over power? Is it just because it's so big It's a constant headline machine over the last 4 or 5 years. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Nick Kale with Dawn Stenzel, and join us at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Yeah, it's Joe's story of Philly sports put to music. It's so much fun. It's Philly. Be there with us, won't you? Friday, February 21st at Westchester University. Tickets, of course, at joeconklin.com.
Meet Nick and Dawn at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. Get your tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike, Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Westchester University, February 21st, and Pittman, New Jersey, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Rain tonight could wash out some of that snow. We saw the shore get about 8 inches and Center City around 3 inches. Details for the Eagles Victory Parade are now out from both the city and SEPTA. An Upper Darby School District is mulling over permanently closing one of its elementary schools.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, it is time, the lightning round. Cardi B story. You got to love Cardi B. She claims that because Trump went to the big game, the Secret Service cut off golf carts. She had on a $3,000 pair of stiletto heels, and they were ruined because of having to walk. She thinks as payback, President Trump should bring back her deported uncle. Got to think, yeah, if she ever shows up in the White House, we got to cover that wall-to-wall coverage.
She should wear those same heels if she does.
Exactly right. Yeah, $3,000. Let's go to Jeff in Hatboro on the lightning round. All right, Jeff, what do you have?
Hey, Dom, just real quickly, I got a triple header for you. So if you know about the Bernathen Cathedral, I got married there. And that church will never be completed. They will tell you that. And if you know the history of Bernathen, it's all pick cans and ash ponds. who actually are the ones who created the Willow Grove Navy base, where there's a nice little airplane and aircraft visitor center that you can go see all the aircraft from way back when. And then number 3, if you got your dog and you got your bicycle on board with you, if you head up to Tyler Park in Bucks County, you will go on the best bike path, and your dog is allowed in the stream to go chase sticks. And it's just a wonderful day out. So you could hit the cathedral, the airport museum, and Tyler Park, all within 1 hour of a circle.
Very nice, Jeff. Thank you. Well thought out, as always. Joe in Columbus, I think, has a good one, and I think Dan goes to the same place that Roe and I go in the Pine Barrens. Joe, tell us about the Pine Barrens. Why that?
Well, Dom, for all those people that prejudicially judge us on the congestion of Philly and what they see from the refineries of the Jersey Turnpike, I would take them through the Pine Barrens, whether it was on an ATV or a footpath. There's a lot to see. You can go to Batstow Village, but if you go far enough, it opens up to the beautiful Jersey Shore, and it's more than a place to bury a body.
That is the single best Sopranos, though, Joe. Pine Barrens have been voted that. Joe, I was going to say, what about Smithville?
Smithville's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, it's beautiful.
Yeah, that is a great spot.
And it's sprawling. You can go pick so many places. Atzian Lake and State Park, gorgeous. People don't know that part of the area exists.
Exactly, Joe. Very good one. Joan in Gloucester Township, Talk Radio 1210. All right, Joan, where are you taking people?
Hiya, Tom. I've been following you since Dominic Quinn.
Oh, boy, the great.
Yeah, that's how long. God bless him.
That was my mentor. First time I was on with him, I touched the mic, and he said, "Kid, I really like you, but never touch a mic again. There'll be problems." My God.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I loved him. And you mentioned the other fella today.
Irv Homer.
Yeah. Irv Homer. Yeah. So that struck a spark.
Yeah.
But Dom, two places. Of course, I was from South Philly, and of course, there's Victor's Cafe. I don't know if it's still there. Victor's Cafe.
It is still
part
there.
Of the. Is it still there?
Yeah.
Rockies was a little bit of Rockies was filmed there, I believe. Victor's. Yeah. Many. Wine and checker tablecloths, you know.
Well, the opera singing, 13th and Dickinson,
13th and Dickinson, yeah. So I'm glad it's still there. But what I missed the Longwood Gardens, but I'm a big fan of gardens. And there's a garden called Chanticleer. It's a part of DuPont, I believe, and it's right next to Namora Hospital for Children. You get it's a real French flavor. Beautiful. It's a museum and gardens.
Thank you, Joan. It might take Roe there sometime. How do we get all these DuPont references today, one way or another?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
it's one of those
several
days, I
of
guess.
them. All right. Bob in Richboro's got a kind of an elitist one, I think. What's yours, Bob?
Up along the Delaware River, there's a state park. It's called Tinicum, and that's the only place around here you can sit and watch polo matches. I've met some incredible people there. In the summer from all over. They find out that we have it, and I say, "Where are you from?" And they said, "I'm from Egypt. I just in New York, and I had to come down and see a polo match." They actually fly ponies into there and have, like, different countries compete.
Oh, my God. All right, Bob. So, Dan, we've unearthed here at the 11th hour some pretty good ones. I like this because Dan's a fan of Chinatown. We only go occasionally. Jerry and Elmer. Jerry, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, listen, it's a secret. Don't tell anybody. I've done it for years, and this Friday I'm going to take my grandson. You park in Camden, you walk across the Ben Franklin Bridge. The skyline is beautiful. It's Philadelphia, and it's free. And we go into Chinatown and eat and walk back. But we're going to the parade. After the parade, you walk past the high-speed line, you walk past the gridlock, you walk over the bridge, and you get home first. It's beautiful.
All right, thank you, Jerry. I'm a little bit nervous with the bridge walking there. If they've been Franklin, you can do it. We had to do that for the Pope visit. Dan, that might be an option for you. Stay in Jersey, walk over to Ben Franklin to the Art Museum, and then walk back to the car over in Jersey. Parked in downtown Camden.
I think it's a fantastic
idea.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah,
what
everyone's
could
going
go
to be
wrong with that
Jerry
plan?
now.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Henry, who did you like here?
Yeah, I liked the answer of Duane and Valley Forge with the George Washington headquarters.
Pentagon.
I think that's always good. The Pentagon, the OG Pentagon. I also liked Bob and Rich Bro's answer of the polo matches at Tinicum. I think that's really cool kind of sight if people are flying in from all over the world.
Yeah, those were both golden. Yeah.
And then that last one with Jerry and Elmer, I mean, he gave us a whole day worth of travel for. It's kind of cool.
Exactly, too. Dan, do you have a winner out of any of those? Or no? Okay. Not feeling. All right. Henry, give me the 3 again quickly. That first one I need.
Yeah, Dwayne and Valley Forge, the original Pentagon.
Yeah. I kind of like the Elmer answer at the end. It was outside the box a lot.
Chinatown with a view.
Chinatown with a view. All right, so I don't know. Don't be doing that on Friday. I don't fully recommend. People did it during the Pope thing. They closed down the bridge, and people
Is this going to be bigger than
over.
the Pope, you think?
No. It was the way they treated it was like Stalag 17. I mean, it was locked down all the way to Poplar Street and all the way around. Yeah. No, it was just. I didn't like it. I was inside a cage the whole time with that. Yeah. All right. So coming up, we have Rich Zioli, of course, 4 big hours with Rich. Don't forget Gallows, $50 gift card on Friday. Thank you, Jim Harvey. To the winner of the side question tomorrow, be thinking about what's that film you recommend. It's going to be a good battle to watch with your significant other or wife or husband, however you want to put it. We'll go with that. My favorite story today is probably the chaplain over in Coatesville being accosted by the military police because of his sermon. I got to get a tape of that sermon. Rich is next. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Valentine's Day is almost here, and if you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family & Company Jewelers, and you're guaranteed to walk out with a gift that will last forever. They have a huge selection of 24-karat, gold-dipped roses in pretty much any color you can imagine. The perfect Valentine's Day gift is right on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey at Family & Company Jewelers.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Small businesses are the heart of America. But you don't have to go it alone. As the nation's largest nonprofit resource of expert business mentoring, SCORE has helped millions of entrepreneurs build their businesses for free. Get the connections, education, and guidance you need with SCORE. We're ready to help. Find a mentor today at score.org.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Trump administration zeroed in today on ending the war in Ukraine. In Brussels, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
As the war approaches its third anniversary, our message is clear.